All right, we have a quorum. Representative Crowe, if you could lead us in a word of prayer. Which number are you?
Sir, we don't have numbers on these things still.
Well, hit your button, and we'll figure it out.
I'm
You're
that
12.
one. I'm this one.
You're 12.
Thank you. Thank you. All right, let us pray. Dear Lord, thank you for allowing us to come together this afternoon to take up the business of the people of the state of Georgia. Please allow us discernment, guidance, wisdom. Allow everyone when they leave here to travel home safely. Take care of our families as we're up here handling the business of the state. And please look out for all of the officers here that look out for us each and every day, and our military around the world. All these things we pray in Jesus' name. Amen.
Thank you, Representative Crowe. Thank you for everyone who's come out this afternoon. It's glad to see so many interested in state government. I thank you for taking time out of your day to come and be with us. First bill that we're going to take up before us today, members of the committee, will be the substitute to House Bill number 88, working off of LC number 480830S. Vice Chairman Gaines, good to see you again.
Good to see you.
There
we are. No, good to see you, Mr. Chairman. Glad to be back in your committee, and glad to see so much interest in cold cases here today. I think there might be another bill that everybody's here for, so I'll try to be brief. But appreciate your working with us, Mr. Chairman, on this legislation to try to help families with trying to solve unsolved homicides in our state. And House Bill 88, we made some changes based on our last committee hearing. I'll just highlight the two changes because I know we went through the bill in depth last time. On line 20, we took out the word murder, which was, I know, a big topic of discussion. And then the major substantive change to the legislation is in line 121, that entire section. We took out where it basically allowed the agency to have sole discretion over not releasing the death certificate to ensuring that actually was for the coroner or the medical examiner to have sole discretion. But it does still allow them to give a non-specific homicidal means that they can put on the death certificate. And those are really the only changes, but I think we addressed any of the concerns brought forth in the committee. Be happy to answer any questions.
Okay. I got 13 blinking over there. I think it's been blinking since we started. Vice Chairman Reeves. Any questions for Representative Gaines? All right. Anybody signed up to testify to this? I think Amanda's getting our list. Anybody here to testify, just go ahead and raise your hand. All right, I don't see anybody. Discussion from the committee. Who's number 4?
Me.
Representative Gullett.
Yeah. Thank you. Thank you, Vice Chairman Gaines. I just want to tell you I appreciate you bringing this bill. Appreciate you working through a couple of the changes to make let's move it forward. And I know that the families who have lost ones that haven't been, there's no justice served for them, that they are they're very appreciative of this bill too. So thank you.
Thank you. Now, this is a really important piece of legislation. I mentioned one other piece. I actually got a letter today from Athens-Clarke County Police expressing their support on. So I know this is something that will be good for a lot of families and also try to take some of these individuals who committed these crimes off the streets.
Any other discussion from the committee? Vice Chairman Gaines, thank you for working through the concerns that we had with this bill, and I appreciate your diligence on it. You worked over the weekend on it. That's something that I want to commend you for. There are a lot of us that do put in weekend hours, even when we're back home in district, so I want to thank you for that.
No, thank you, Mr. Chairman.
What's the mind of the committee? Vice Chairman Reeves.
Mr. Chair, I move do pass LC 480830S, the substitute from Vice Chairman Gaines.
Okay. I got a move and a second. All those in favor, let it be known by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, no. Congratulations.
Thank you, Mr.
Move
Chairman.
on the rules. Just make sure I get that committee form.
Thank you.
We'll sign off on it.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right. Next, we have House Bill 181, working off of LC number 339268. Representative Townsend from the Golden Isles. Welcome to the Gold Dome.
Thank you.
Know you've been here a few days. Welcome to Judiciary Non-Civil. Quite a, let me ask you a question. Is this
Yes,
your first bill you're presenting in committee?
It is. It is my first. I'm a rookie and freshman. I'm glad to be here.
Gotcha. And you decided you wanted to pick Judy Non-Civil?
They told me start with the best. Am I
Well,
right?
well,
Chairman DeLoach.
well, suck up all you can now. Representative Townsend,
Thank you.
You want to go ahead and present your bill?
Yes, sir. I'll be glad to. And I've got the PowerPoint. I'm not sure if everybody sees it, but that's fine. If not,
All right. Hold on just a second.
Heads up, the screen's gonna come down right above you guys.
Yeah, y'all watch your head over there.
Is House Media Services handling it, Representative Townsend?
I sent it to Chairman Smith's office. Ronnie sent it over to another office to get it done. We did this early Friday afternoon. I can do it without it. It's totally up to y'all.
I'll see if it's on there. Maybe House Media's doing it.
For the sake of time and everybody that's, is this picking me up? Is this picking me up? All right, for the sake of time, go ahead and start. We'll try to get you taken
Okay.
care of with your technology.
Yes, sir. I'll be glad to. This really started off as a constituent issue. I've got an education background. I've dealt with, of course, things in public safety and drugs, things like that, being a principal and superintendent before, teacher. But I had two constituents come to me regarding a drug called Kratom, Kratom, some pronounce it Kratom. And one particular instance where we had a young man commit suicide. He was on Kratom. He was also on other drugs as well. And I believe the parents will be here today to speak. And you had another instance where the young man went through rehab and was at a halfway house. And entire house, they said, halfway house, he got hooked on Kratom there to get off the other drugs. And when he got out, became psychotic because of the Kratom and is right now in a mental health institution. So once I learned that, I said, well, what can we do? So I started doing research and started looking at what Kratom is exactly. It was really new to me at the time. And started calling practitioners in the field, talked to local physicians. And I started calling certain public safety organizations to find out more about it. And the more I read, we'll kind of get into now, but that's when I found out we've got a serious issue. And it really stems back to when Georgia first started trying to address it back in 2018. The House of Representatives did a study committee on Kratom. And they did, I believe, 3 committees, studied it, and came out with some things that we needed to do, basically. So I'm just going to read those questions to you. I'm not going to read word for word or whatever else, but some of the things, some findings, and then we'll kind of wrap it. When I wrap it up, I'm kind of go back to those again so we can kind of see what happened. But one of the concerns was quality control. And nothing else, if you remember that throughout the day, quality control. That's key. That's imperative. When you're talking about anything you put in your body, we want quality control. Inconsistent product labelings. Again, anything you put in your body, we got to make sure we address those inconsistent product labelings. If you don't, buyer beware. Unrestricted access to Kratom. Remember that. And they did make it a dent in that. Kudos for that. Potential benefits of Kratom products and lack of research. Lack of research we'll talk about in just a few minutes. Pending federal action. Really haven't concentrated much on that. I know they're doing some things. I'll touch on it in a little bit when we talk about a possible manufacturer jumping in the fray. So with that, that kind of gives you a little background of kind of where I'm going with this presentation and what I found out through the process. And so just as I kind of speak, the outline basically is going to be what is Kratom? Where do Georgians get Kratom? Claim benefits of kratom, claim benefits and risk. You need to see both sides. I think it's important. The science of kratom and why Georgia House Bill 181. Okay, kratom comes from a plant. It's in Southeast Asia. It's based there. Currently, you're not supposed to export it. They'll seize it. They seize kratom in the fall. They're seizing imports relating to kratom. Kratom's a drug. Kratom gives users a high similar to heroin or morphine. The less you take, it's more of it's a stimulant. If you take too much, I've been told through some of the research I've read also and talked to people, it actually then reverses and it can kind of bring you down. Kratom sold in Georgia. You can get it in powder form, pill form, liquid. You can get it at any gas station just about. Your bigger ones, I have not seen that. You haven't seen it. I haven't seen it at the bigger ones, but you see it usually at the smaller gas stations, independent gas stations. Those it's sold right around the corner from the Capitol. It's sold in every pretty much small town in Georgia probably, and so it's not hard to get. And in smoke shops, of course, vape shops. Controversy, of course, is Georgia drinks, adultery with highly concentrated and responsible for kratom's responsible for thousands of deaths. And we'll get back to quality control in just a few minutes. Where do Georgians get kratom? Sorry you can't see my little handout, but anyway, it talks about how it starts overseas, comes over from Southeast Asia, it's shipped, it's processed and packaged, placed on the shelf in gas stations. You see many forms. The day when I stopped on the way home, I stopped in a Shell station in Macon. They had the kratom stand right there. They had Reese bars, Hershey bars right beside it, and then you check out right there. So it's right there available pretty much for anybody to buy. Legally in Georgia, you have to be 18. Next slide was talking about the claim benefits of kratom. I think it's important to present both sides, and I think you'll hear many people talk about that today, the risk and the benefits. It's a medicinal product that offers pain relief, increased energy, and euphoria. And that can be a concern. We'll talk about in a minute how there's an instance where I talked to a parent or a wife, and her husband took kratom, and he didn't drink alcohol, didn't do drugs, mixed it, though, with an energy drink, became a Molotov cocktail, had a heart attack. They couldn't revive him. They even had a defibrillator close by. You may hear that story a little bit later. True story. Some claim to be able to use it as a natural remedy for various health conditions, such as anxiety, depression, insomnia. And using kratom as a replacement for opioids through this may simply be trading one addiction for another, like the young man I mentioned earlier from Glenn County, from St. Simon's, where started off using it to get off other drugs in a halfway house and then ended up in a mental health facility because he became psychotic. Dangers and risk of kratom. Some individuals consume high doses of kratom, leading to negative effects such as confusion, impaired coordination, even death. Some use it to get a legal high, either alone by mixing with other substances such as alcohol or drugs. Users often develop a tolerance or dependence and need to keep using kratom to avoid withdrawal systems. It is addictive. It is addictive. The science of kratom, it's going to be hard to see this without the slide, but I'll try to explain it the best I can. Kratom sold in Georgia is more potent than morphine. Scientists have identified at least 25 compounds in kratom, including mitragynine and 7-hydroxymitragene components. Commercial kratom products are highly variant. According to Mayo Clinic, Mayo's outstanding institution, the effects of kratom can vary depending on the dose, the strain, the individual user. At low doses, it acts as a stimulant. High doses, it reduces pain and may bring on euphoria. At very high doses, it acts as a sedative. Again, it goes back to quality control. Remember what Mayo Clinic said about the effects of kratom can vary depending on the dose. Well, if you're not sure how much you're taking out of those little bottles, how do we know? Existing laws are failing Georgia. Talks about why Georgia needs HB 181. Georgia's kratom law has been in place for 3 years, yet products sold continue to violate Georgia's labeling laws. That's the key to quality control again. Even AKA, American Kratom Association, certified brands are non-compliant. The Kratom Consumers Protection Act has failed Georgia. And again, I apologize, I'm reading word for word I was not going to do in the beginning. Enforcement requires substantial budget allocations. Georgia has not allocated funds for enforcement of existing kratom standards. Oregon has. Everybody knows about Oregon. Oregon has similar laws and spent over $500,000, $500,000 in kratom law enforcement with no decrease in deaths. So throwing money at it is not an answer. You can't always throw money at things and get what you want. Additional facts and sources. Mayo Clinic. I'm citing Mayo Clinic, the website. It says, kratom, unsafe and ineffective. Source, Mayo Clinic. Users, again, this is more Mayo Clinic information. Users swear by kratom for mood enhancement and fatigue reduction, but safety issues and questions about its effectiveness abound. This is researched material. This is recent material. It's not 10 years old. Kratom takes effect after 5 to 10 minutes and effects last 2 to 5 hours. Research shows little promise. There could be a change on that. There's a new manufacturer. Someone made me do my homework. There's actually a manufacturer. I believe it's called Kuros, K-U-R-E-S, Kuros. They're starting a drug research on kratom. So maybe that's going to happen in the future. At one time, some researchers believe, if they do, it'd be a prescribed drug, of course. And one time, some researchers believed that kratom might be a safe alternative to opioids and other prescription pain meds. However, studies on the effects of kratom have identified many safety concerns and no clear benefits. Again, for Mayo, you already heard the story about the kid from St. Simon's who got off what he needed to in the halfway house, but got hooked on kratom instead, and now is suffering from psychotic behavior. Kratom has been reported to cause abnormal brain function when taken with prescription meds. When this happens, you may experience a severe headache, lose your ability to communicate, or become confused. Kratom also adversely affects infant development. When kratom is used during pregnancy, the baby may be born with symptoms of withdrawal that require treatment. Again, all this information I just gave you came from the Mayo Clinic, and we can substantiate that. Harvard Health website, taken from an article by Dr. Peter Greenspoon, MD. The complete lack of oversight or quality control. I think we've said that multiple times. Quality control in the production and sale of kratom makes its use potentially dangerous. Dr. Greenspoon, MD, Harvard. Continued, Cleveland Clinic website. Cleveland Clinic website. Dr. Yufeng Lin, MD, was asked a question. Is kratom safe to use? Answer. Due to its dangerous health effects, plus the very real risk of getting your hands on low quality and contaminated kratom products, again, it goes back to quality control, you should not use kratom in any form. If you are experiencing pain or want to overcome opioid addiction, talk to your doctor. Together you can find a safe way to reach your health goals. That's their advice. Outstanding institution. Drug Enforcement Agency, DEA, from the Department of Justice, recent article, December 22, 2022, just a couple months ago. They quoted, "There's no legitimate medical use for kratom." I had a map of basically the states that are banned kratom so far, other states with certain initiatives, and that was just a general map. Go back to my original discussion, we talked about it, and I didn't even mention FDA. It was 2017. This committee, I think, has already heard this. That's why I didn't put it in the PowerPoint. It talks about the advisory by Commissioner Scott Gottlieb, MD, about there's no current FDA-approved therapeutic uses for kratom. So I think that's already in the record from this committee before, back through the years. But committee findings, let's go back over. We kind of talked about, we know it's a consensual issue when I brought it up. And what this House did back in 2018 with the study, have we gotten any better? Or is it kind of the wild, wild west out there when you go buy that bottle of kratom or whatever else you can buy, the pills or whatever else? I think that's the whole key to this, quality control of kratom products. There is no, the recommendations. I read you earlier the findings, recommendations. It says limit access to individuals. We've done that to 18 years old. Maybe it can be a little bit higher, but right now it's 18 years old. Require clear and consistent labeling of kratom products. It talked about it has to be clear and consistent across the board. So when the buyer goes to the counter to buy the pills or the powder or the liquid, they know what they're getting. They know how many teaspoons, what the dosage should be, what's in there. We got to make sure there's no contaminants. That's not happening right now. That is not happening. That's the problem. Quality control. No, it's not labeled correctly. We've had many years to clean it up, as in the manufacturers. It hasn't happened. It's buyer beware. And it's not fair for these folks who come out and want to buy something. They've heard a friend talk about it, and that friend's learned a dose or a certain product, how to use it, and not to mix it with an energy drink or not to mix it with a certain drug. But how do you know that unless your doctor tells you or a professional tells you, or it's on that label, so you know you can read it and say, okay, I know not to mix it with whatever. I know not to drink a glass of wine when I take this medicine, or whatever it is. You gotta have control. Conduct additional research of benefits and safety risks of kratom. You've seen institutions we've talked about or just heard about it from places like Cleveland Clinic, Mayo Clinic. I could cite DEA, Department of Justice had a little thing in there, and others. It's easy to find out what people are saying about it, and it's not good. It's not good for the general population. We've got to have more information. Luckily, there's one drug company out there. I just found this out about 2 hours ago, hour and a half, 2 hours ago. Somebody getting us ready to start research on kratom. But how many more people have to die before that research is finished? You know, good people are getting hurt, and we got to stop that. And that's all walks of life, folks. I don't care if you're upper socioeconomic, lower socioeconomic. It doesn't matter if you're Republican, Democrat. Drugs don't care. Drugs do not care. So I think this is important. It's talked about establishing penalties for violations. I think there's a minimum standard for that right now. So, again, Oregon's tried to throw money at it. It hasn't happened. It hasn't worked. You can't always throw money at it. And it talks about federal control. And right now they're kind of dancing around it. They're trying to decide what to make it a drug or not. Right now it's not officially a drug. Right now they confiscate it if they find it. It's getting in from overseas through various directions. I had a handout, too, that was going to be handed out that I sent to the office with the PowerPoint. And it was just basically a public health concern, kratom. It just additional points. Some of the points I've already mentioned as well already. It's in here. And at that point in time, I just want to go back to bad things are happening. Not much is being done about it. Good people are getting hurt from all walks of life. And I think we need to, I'm not one just to reach in and overreact, but this is a dangerous situation. The more you read it, the more you find out about the research, the more you're concerned about it. Mr. Chair, I just want to thank you again, and I'm going to yield the mic and answer any questions, and I just want you to thank you for the opportunity.
Well, thank you, Representative. Third job. Now we'll take questions from the committee. Laura Lederholm.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Representative Townsend. Is it true that the drug is still being researched as far as its good or negative effects?
Yes, I just found out some recent information about the company. Make sure I tell you the right name. Cures, K-U-R-E-S, the public traded company, is beginning research on this. You've had other institutions such as the Mayo Clinic, Cleveland Clinic, and actually UGA Pharmacy School. And if you need that information, I received an email from Dr. Merrill Norris. He's a pharmacy instructor, and he told me I can quote him. I've just gotten this information, so I was able to print it out right now, but I can get it if you want it by the end of your meeting. I can get it by the end of your meeting. But they've done some research, and they're supporting this bill as well. There's concerns about kratom, and so that's where it's at right now. But in the meantime, until this drug study can be done, we've had since 2018 to get this in order and to get the labels in order, and still hasn't happened. That's what's concerning. They've had 4 or 5 years to clean up the act, and it hasn't happened. So that's where it's at now.
If I can have a follow-up, and I understand that probably we need some kind of regulation, but your bill that we have in front of us is putting kratom under Schedule 1.
Correct.
And Schedule 1 is the highest, most dangerous. Essentially, it's saying that it has no medicinal value. But you are stating that there are still studies as far as if what kind of effect this drug would have. Is that correct?
There's a current study about to take place, it sounds like, from this manufacturer, Curis.
And if I can have...
And I'm sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt.
No, it's
And
good.
just based on the research, what Mayo said, and I'll give you those notes or get that research to you. Right now, they're saying there's no medical benefits, and so I mean that's what they're finding out. It's a constant throughout. I know there are going to be people today will testify disagreeing with that, of course, but I'm just going by what I've seen on the research, talking to other practitioners as well of what they're seeing.
Okay, and I don't know much about this drug. I've just heard from both sides, and that's why I'm asking you the question. But just lastly, I know you had mentioned that other states have banned this drug. Can you tell us in detail as far as do they put it in Schedule 1? How do they go ahead and
the
do
ones
that?
that Schedule 1, I believe, Alabama, that's the most recent one, I think. You've got a few others too, and you'll see where I'm going to have to probably take my glasses off to read them all, but it's a small. But you do have, we'll just do that, Wisconsin, Indiana, Arkansas, Vermont, and Rhode Island. In Vermont,
Do you know how? What kind of was it a?
it's a total
schedule?
ban. It's a ban. For those states I just mentioned, they banned it.
I'm sorry, Mr. Chair, if I can have one last
sorry.
question. Is it through maybe like the pharmacy board, or was it through legislation? Did they put it into a law making it criminal? Do you know how they went about it?
Alabama's through legislation. What you have in front of you is similar to Alabama's.
Thank you.
Representative Miller.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Representative Townsend, for your presentation. Like Representative Hung, I've received sort of information from both sides on this issue. So just a couple of quick follow-up questions for you. Right now, the DEA, who has been looking at kratom for several years, does not currently schedule it. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. And a follow-up question, Mr. Chair. And are you aware that there is proposed federal legislation that has bipartisan support? I guess it's called the Protect Consumer Access to Kratom Act, that there's a bill up in Washington that has bipartisan support seeking to protect kratom access and regulate it for safety reasons, citing some of the things that you described?
It's probably a similar report that was done here back in 2018 from what I read. I couldn't tell you verbatim what you're talking about, the bill itself. I didn't read the bill itself, but based on some of the readings I've done, it's probably similar to what we done, which doesn't provide too much safety for the public consumer out there. It won't help with the buyer beware.
So any death is a death too many. So my question is not meant to minimize that at all. But do you have a sense of how widespread kratom-related deaths are that are not polydrug related? In other words, people who are overdosing on kratom alone with nothing else?
I think those stats are still coming in. You may hear a little information today with some of the experts can talk a little more about that. And I think that research is still coming out about exactly. For a long time, they didn't have a way to test kratom or didn't know, and a lot of states didn't, or the corners didn't do that. And so it's just now becoming more prevalent where you're finding out more of the kratom testing. More people are doing it now.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Representative Reeves. Excuse me, Vice Chairman Reeves.
Representative Townsend, in my area, vaping with middle schoolers and high schoolers is still a huge problem. Is the liquid form of kratom, can it be put into vape cartridges?
I'm not sure about the liquid form. I was told, and I haven't done this myself, so I couldn't guarantee it. I was told in the original form with the leaves and everything else that would be possible, but I'm not sure of the liquid form. I haven't heard that.
Or in any form?
Possibly in the original form, because the other forms would be pill or powder. That's the three most used, but they still have that core, the leaves itself that people grow that could possibly be smoked.
How old was the gentleman who had the tragic situation from your area?
They were both, from what I understand, 20s.
Okay.
They were older than 18.
let's see, number 4, Representative Gullett.
Yeah, thank you. So if we make it a Schedule 1, and I know you and I have talked about this a little bit, but I haven't talked to you about this line of thinking. If you make it a Schedule 1 and we say, hey, you can only get this through a doctor's prescription, right? Or is
Schedule 1 would ban it.
no one would get it? Okay.
Yes, sir.
Okay. So no one could get this if your bill passes the way it is?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Okay.
Representative Byrd, or Representative Neal, I apologize.
This doesn't work. Thank you. Can you hear me?
Okay.
Good. Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Representative, for the bill. So a few questions. The example you referenced with Kratom and the energy drink, I kind of feel like it's similar to like alcohol, right? So alcohol isn't banned, but when you use it outside of a responsible level, it can be dangerous. If you add it to any other drug, it can be dangerous or to result in DUIs and deaths and that kind of thing. So,
Can I add to that?
sure.
I'm sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt. I just want to add to that. I think that's the whole point. Alcohol, if you see on the back of their labels, they'll say what concentration of alcohol is in it. 4.7, 4.2, 7.1. Some drinks are harder than others. And so it's not a buyer beware. You know, if you drink the stronger stout beer than like a Miller Lite or something, it's going to be a lot stronger. And so with Kratom, right now, you're not really guaranteed what you're getting.
Understood. And so with that being said, of course, you know, we received the messaging
Yes,
from
ma'am.
numerous people, numerous entities. They're talking about, everyone's talked about all of the benefits to their health. It's caused them to be able to eliminate cravings for alcohol and other drugs. It just caused them to have enhanced work performance, cut down on their need for medication, you name it. But on the flip side, usually in these kind of committee hearings, and you have that aspect coming in when it comes to viewpoints, you would also have the other. And I have not received one message whatsoever about anyone speaking in reference to deaths or an increased number of deaths because of this. And so I think, I don't know if it's more so of a question or a statement, but I feel like if we already know that research is still being done on this issue, I just wonder if it's jumping the gun or just overstepping to ban something and criminalize something that hasn't been properly studied and deemed to be an issue, and then criminalizing it, especially with putting it as a Schedule 1. So people such as the seniors, and I've received a number of messages from veterans that have said this has helped them. I feel like moving forward with this bill would immediately cut these people off from whatever medical benefits they are referring to. So I just want to put it out there that I just feel like it might be just jumping the gun to even consider something like this, consider criminalizing it if it's still being studied. It's like putting the cart before the horse.
And unfortunately, the industry has not done that in a research manner. There's some paid papers out there, paid for by the Kratom Society, for that to happen. It's big money. You'll see a lot of similar type emails, of course, that we get. They'll be real similar, if you know what I'm talking about. And so it doesn't account for the fact this was supposed to be cleaned up 4 or 5 years ago. Industry hasn't changed, not doing the right, they're not protecting the consumers. So it's still a buyer beware for those consumers of what they get. And just because, luckily, there's a few people out there that must be mixing it the right way or taking the right product with it. And to them, they feel good about what they're doing. And I praise that. That's good, because that actually, they're not getting hurt. It's those others who may find the wrong batch because it's not labeled correctly, who may mix stuff because they don't know to mix an energy drink with a supplement. Usually there's warnings. Usually if you go to the pharmacy and they tell you right away, don't mix this and this, don't mix this and that. But right now it's the wild, wild west. Is that what it needs? We don't need to have buyer beware and, a roulette of, is this a strong dose? Is this a weak dose? So but thank you for your question.
And if I can follow up, I just think at the appropriate time would be once it is established that it is necessary to be put in the Schedule 1 category, then I think this body should address it. And that's just my personal opinion.
Understand?
Okay.
Chairman Meeks. Chairman Sains.
It's a better looking Stephen.
Yeah, that's your brother.
You did quite a lengthy introduction to the bill, which was very useful. I wanted to, can you restate the findings? You did state one study from a hospital.
Yeah, I talked about Mayo Clinic, what they came out and said.
What was their findings again? Because that's a pretty independent source, I would think.
It is. Some of the points Mayo Clinic offered up, their research so far. Unsafe and ineffective. Users swear by kratom for mood enhancement and fatigue reduction, but safety issues and questions about its effectiveness abound. Kratom takes effect after 5 to 10 minutes, and its effect lasts 2 to 5 hours. Research shows little promise. At one time, some researchers believed that kratom might be a safe alternative to opioids and other prescription pain meds. However, studies on the effects of kratom have identified many safety concerns and no clear benefits. Kratom has been reported to cause abnormal brain function when taken with prescription meds. When this happens, you may experience a severe headache, lose your ability to communicate, or become confused. Kratom also adversely affects infant development. This is important. When kratom is used during pregnancy, the baby may be born with symptoms of withdrawal that require treatment. Harvard Health website commented, Dr. Greenspoon, complete lack of oversight and quality control in the production of cell kratom makes it potentially dangerous. In Cleveland Clinic as well.
Representative Byrd, sorry about that. Representative Byrd.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Representative, for bringing this forward.
Yes, ma'am.
Oftentimes around this Capitol, there are a lot of unintended consequences when we take some action for anything. It's interesting that I had a conversation with a young lady yesterday about a chronic pain that she's having from a brain herniated disc. And she was on opioids and fentanyl, prescription drugs that are given to them for the horrible pain that they are suffering. That means cancer patients, all sorts of people. And now DEA is going on to doctors to tell them they can no longer prescribe those drugs for those patients. So once again, I have no idea if this really works for individuals for their pain or not. So I would be very reluctant at this point to do any kind of class 1. And it's also interesting at this Capitol, we are right in the process of talking about medical marijuana. So we have one plant here and another plant there, and we're going to give the okay for one plant so that they can have medical marijuana, but yet we're going to stop whatever it is that you're talking about, this kratom. So just wanted to put my 2 cents in there. Thank you.
I remind members of the committee, this is the question period. I've had to say that
I
for
can respond if you want me to. But Representative Byrd.
I've had to say that for 3 meetings in a row now. So I would remind all members, this is a question period. Discussion period will come. Ask the bill author questions. It's not statement periods. All right, number 16, Representative Fleming.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Representative, I appreciate you, our prior conversations as I try to educate myself on this issue, and a lot of it's refreshing memories from prior debates we've had here about this. A couple of the members have touched on these issues a little bit, but I want to ask a couple of questions a little more in depth. One of the things I've tried to discern, and you commented on it briefly, is knowing that there was a flurry of legislation around the nation in the states on this drug. it seems to me, and this is what I want you to help me understand, the trend was that states did consider banning it and a few did, but nobody's done that since 2016. In fact, I think there's 2 or 3 of the states you named, not that it's going to be successful, but there are efforts underway to undo the ban they did. Can you shed any light on that?
Not sure. I know Louisiana and a couple other states are actually talking about following this bill as well. So it's kind of depends which state you're in and which direction they want to go.
The other question goes toward a question that I think Representative Miller touched on a little bit, and I guess I'll ask in a slightly different way. Whenever I'm trying to weigh the pros and the cons of any drug like we're talking about here, you try to do that. You try to weigh the pros and the cons, knowing that every time we see a pharmaceutical commercial on TV, you get 2.5 minutes, it seems like, of terrible things that could happen to you if you take it, because we know there are side effects and they affect certain people. I'm trying to get an idea of the percentages. Is it 1 out of 10 people that have adverse reactions? Is it 1 out of 100, 1 out of 1,000? In your research, have you come across anything that approaches that kind of understanding?
I haven't seen the numbers yet. Still looking at that. I think that's one of the reasons you got a major research coming along. What has come out is the limited effects of it, the good things coming out of it. A lot of bad things are coming out of it. That is well stated by Mayo, Cleveland Clinic, and others. So there is some research regarding that.
Thank you.
And you may have some more people to talk about that today.
Thank you, sir.
Number 1, is that Representative Roberts?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Representative. In your own testimony today, it seems like the primary issue you have is labeling, is what it sounds like to me. So rather than criminalize it, I mean, I'm looking at a Johns Hopkins article, and it says that it's estimated 10 to 16 million people in America use this drug, and they've used it in Asia for a long time. And I'm seeing lots of positive effects for it. So wouldn't it be better possibly to bring a bill that requires labeling instead of banning it?
Couple things. They tried that a few years ago. It hasn't happened. The person who wrote that article, I think it's paid by the Kratom Society for that article. And also, my understanding too, in Southeast Asia, where this has come from, it's now outlawed out there. So in Southeast Asia, so there's actually foreign countries that have actually outlawed that kratom, so has banned it. So in that respect, yeah, that's what I've read so far. And you may, and I'll be glad to listen to some more. Yes, ma'am.
No. I just, it seems like your issue is more labeling. I
It's
would
quality
take
control.
a little effort or offense to insulting Johns Hopkins, who helped cure my father's cancer.
No, I
so
love
I
it.
think
It's a great institution. I agree with you. But
I'm just gonna lay
ma'am,
that
I
there.
apologize.
But no, that's fine.
I didn't mean it that way.
But it sounds like it's more of a labeling issue, and there's a lot of people in this room, I suspect, that are going to testify to the benefits of what they're getting from it. So thank you for your time, though.
Thank you. And I apologize for that.
Representative Hall.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Do you know if our Board of Pharmacy has done a hearing or has
You have a representative.
opinionated?
Yeah, there's a representative from the pharmacy board here today.
Thank you.
Representative Miller.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And actually, my follow-up question touched on what Representative Roberts and Representative Hung just asked about. To the extent that there is a quality control problem, do you have any knowledge about efforts across the state to try to enforce the regulatory provisions that are already in our code, and whether there's some issues with that or gaps with that? It just seems like if this is an enforcement issue, perhaps we ought to be looking at the folks who should be enforcing it. What's your sense of that?
I think it goes beyond the enforcement issue. I know Oregon's tried it. They've put out $500,000 and it hasn't helped with the enforcement issue. I think there's minor, from what I understand, penalties for it, from what I understand. And so I'm not sure if that's going to be the answer.
So to clarify your position, you do not believe that there is any appropriate use of kratom, that it should be completely illegal without regard for whether or not there are any therapeutic aspects to it?
It's got to either be in that direction or where it could be more of a regulated area. One area that you could actually occur, another way would be if you treated it as a, let's say, an over-the-counter, such as a Sudafed or a product that you have to buy at a pharmacy behind the counter. You have to sign for it with your license. And also cut down and make sure you have those laws to where the labeling had to be accurate and what the product contains and the strength and the concentrate. Anytime you put anything in your body, you want to know what's in there. And you could actually do that way as well. So there's actually an alternative where that would highly regulate it. That would allow people to actually get it, but it would highly regulate it and it wouldn't be as bad as it now. Right now it's the Wild Wild West. Right now it's just buyer beware. And so there's a way. Plus one thing I learned from another committee member, talked about if you would open it up a little more through the courts to allow people not to be worried about being sued or whatever else, that could be another alternative they laid out. And that was from somebody, inside the Capitol, is, hey, you may want to think about this. So as you go through the process, you start thinking about whatever avenues can you do, what can help out right now. Biggest thing is the way it is now, it's not effective and it's hurting a lot of people. And that's got to change somehow, whether it's through the ban, whether it's through highly regulation, if we're willing to do that, where we can treat it as a behind the counter at a pharmacy type situation, not a convenience store.
Thank you.
That.
All right, that looks like all the questions we have for right now. Representative Townsend, if you'd just move over to one of these other seats.
And one last bit, Dr. Norris did send an email. He's the pharmacy researcher in pharmacy for University of Georgia with some information, and they've done some research themselves. If you'd like me to, I can get that to you at the end of the meeting or afterwards or whatever else, if that helps.
In the meantime, Representative Townsend, if you want to email that to our analyst attorney, Mr. Hines, he'll get that to members of the committee. But if you'll just have a seat over there, I'll give you time for any kind of closing comments you need.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
All right, we have several people signed up today, for and against, and just like grade school, the F is for and A is against. So I'll let you opposed folks slide on that. Just remember, follow instructions on that.
Excuse me, Chairman Smith. Representatives from the Georgia Bureau of Investigations here, GBI, and he has to get back to the labs. I didn't know if there's any way he could go first, and then Georgia Poison Control Center's here as well. And
well, as long as they tell Dr. Darsaw I said hello, I'll be all right with that. Yeah, if you want to come forward. And just introduce yourself for the committee. Tell us who you're with, even though we're pretty sure of it by now. Just pull that microphone close over to you.
Thank you, Chairman. My name's Jeffrey Smith. I'm the Chief Medical Examiner for the State Medical Examiner's Office. I've been asked to come here to provide with a little bit of data that the Medical Examiner's Office and our crime lab have accumulated about the drug kratom over a period of 5 years from 2017 to 2021. The data from 2022 isn't in yet, as we say. I do have a cheat sheet here, but basically there's been a definite small but nonetheless perceptible increase in the number of cases, and my office obviously deals with fatalities, so addressing your question, fatalities, Representative Miller. The numbers for 2017 through 2021 for metragenine detected with other, and metragenine is the chemical name for kratom. The number of cases, I'll go through the years just very quickly. In 2017, there were 16 cases where metragenine was detected with other drugs and where the death was due to drugs. In 2018, there were 28, in 2019, 39, 2020, 66, and in 2021, 90, for a total of 239 cases where metragenine was detected by the State Crime Lab amongst other drugs of abuse and also therapeutic drugs. The Crime Lab does not quantitate the amount of metragenine or kratom in those samples, and that's because of the extreme variability that's been noted across the board in studies that have been done, mostly in the last decade or so. So in order for us to get solid data as to what role metragenine is playing in these drug deaths, we have confined ourselves to quantitating metragenine in the cases where the drug is detected only, so no other drugs, just metragenine. And we actually send those cases out to a certified lab, National Medical Services up in Pennsylvania, in order to do that. But from 2017 to 2021, where deaths were certified by my office as due to metragenine only, in 2017 there were 2, 2018 there were 6, 2019 there were 7, 2020 there were 8, and 2021 there were 10. So a total of 33 deaths that have been attributed to metragenine itself. And that would be with a quantitation to back that up. Now, obviously, the fact that we don't know the level of metragenine in these other drug-related cases hamstrings my commenting as to the effect of the drug or the contribution of the drug in those instances. But those are the numbers for the last 5 years for the State Crime Lab detected by the toxicology labs and either included as part of the death certification or being the death certification itself.
Okay, thank you. Questions from members of the committee? I saw number 4 over there. Representative Gullett.
Thank you for testifying. Quick question on the toxicology. I noticed that the numbers did increase, especially maybe not on the deaths alone, but the first numbers you read. Is that something? Is kratom something that every toxicology report, every time you guys do one, it's looked for?
Yes, if it's there, they will say it says metragenine detected.
Okay, so everyone since 2017, that was I think the first date you started saying, but since you've been looking for it at a certain point, 2017 or before, if it's detected at all, it's in that report.
Yes.
Thank you.
Let's see, Representative Miller.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and hello, Dr. Smith.
Hi.
You were my favorite medical examiner when you were in Fulton.
Thank you.
You always testify so well and are so knowledgeable. I appreciate you coming today. Just a couple of questions. For the 33 deaths that you said were attributable to kratom, were there any comorbidities that would have also contributed to those deaths, or are those? Can you fairly say that those deaths are strictly kratom related overdoses?
I can't answer that question. There may have been comorbidities as well.
Okay.
So that would have been listed as the cause of death, but there may have been other significant conditions listed like hypertension, cardiomegaly, diabetes, that sort of thing, just depending.
Okay. And are there also, not to get too esoteric, but are there occasions when people intentionally or unintentionally overdose on, say, ibuprofen?
Rarely.
Alcohol?
Intentionally, probably not, but I mean, deaths are attributed to acute alcohol intoxication, yes.
Thank you.
Let's see, number 14, Representative Yasmin Neal.
Yes, thank you so much, Mr. Chair. Thank you for being here. I appreciate your feedback. So one question. I know the author keeps mentioning that this kratom epidemic is kind of like the wild, wild west. As compared to cocaine and any other Schedule I drug, does the number 33 over the last 6 years, would you consider that an epidemic? What does that look like in comparison to cocaine or some of the other Schedule I's?
Well, as Representative Miller said, any death due to drugs is a tragedy, a waste. However, in the context of what we're seeing at the State Medical Examiner's office, metragenine frankly pales in significance, to insignificance compared to fentanyl, methamphetamine, and to a lesser extent cocaine. I can't speak for the Metropolitan Medical Examiner's offices as far as those figures are concerned. I suspect the Metropolitan, my experience with DeKalb County or Fulton County, cocaine probably plays a larger role, but definitely since heroin and when a decade or so ago, and then when unfortunately fentanyl became so widespread, that has just increased in magnitude enormously.
With that being said, and with you hearing some of the testimony that has happened prior to you, do you believe that simply labeling a certain way could have avoided the 33 deaths over the last couple of years?
No, I can't comment on that.
Okay. All right. Thank you so much.
Number 17, Chairman Leverett.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Dr. Smith. I appreciate your time today. I know you've got very important things that you do during your day besides testifying, but we greatly appreciate you being here. I want to make sure I understand the numbers. So the numbers you cited, the 239 figure, those were deaths where you detected metragenine, if I'm pronouncing that correctly, as well as other drugs in the system of someone who was deceased. But you concluded that the cause of death was not due to the metragenine, but was due to the other drug present.
In the majority of those cases, yes, because the metragenine in those cases would not have been quantitated, so we wouldn't know what the level was. It could have been just a small amount, could have been a very large amount. And it's really at the discretion of the individual doctor as to whether they would put metragenine on the death certificate in those cases. It may not appear at all. If there's a large dose of fentanyl and, say, other drugs, for example, just to use fentanyl since it's the major bad boy player at the moment, metragenine may not be mentioned on the death certificate.
So is it possible the metragenine could have been a cause of death, or we can't say that it was?
We can't say because it's again, because the studies the studies have been hamstrung initially by the DEA wanting to make it a Schedule I compound, because then research has to stop since they've already established that it is of no use, pharmacologically or in the treatment of humans. Most of the studies have been done on animals, small animal studies, which I'm not sure translate to human studies.
Homo sapiens, yes, sir. One of the follow-up questions, Mr. Chairman. And the 33 figure, of course, that's over 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 years, but those are deaths where the opinion of the doctor was that the death was caused by the metragenine?
Yes.
Okay. And of the other substances, I think that Representative Neal asked you about, or you mentioned in response to a question from Representative Neal, of cocaine, I can't remember what all of them were, cocaine, fentanyl, and so forth. Those are already scheduled, correct? Yes. I mean, those are illegal drugs.
Well, yeah, methamphetamine and cocaine certainly. Fentanyl, of course, has its therapeutic uses, but the problem with fentanyl was when somebody, in their infinite wisdom, decided to make it into a powder form, as opposed to the ampules used by anesthesiologists and the patches, which are available by prescription only.
Okay. Thank you so much. Appreciate it. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Representative Fleming.
Thank you, Doctor. I'm trying to, in my mind, understand the increase in use with the increase in deaths. I'm trying to figure out the correlation between those two, and I'll ask my question by analogy. My suspicion is that 20 years ago, maybe even 10 years ago, the amount of your reports that showed death related to fentanyl were very low. And of course, they ballooned by comparison nowadays. I assume that would be the case. My layman's mind would correlate that there was a significant correlation between the increase in use and the increase in deaths. I say that to attempt to ask this question. When you went over the last 5 years that Representative Leverett was referring to, there seemed to be a very slow 1 or 2 uptick over the number of years in deaths relatable to Creighton that you could tell solely. How does that relate to the increase in use? Did the use go through the roof and the deaths only go up a little bit, or did they correlate, or can you even respond to that?
My educated guess would be that it's part of just a reflection of the increase in drugs in general. I mean, our drug deaths have gone up in the last 5 years. As to whether kratom has become more widely used, I can't address that.
This is Nellie Miles. I'm the Director of Public and Government Affairs for GBI. I do have some stats that came from the number of submissions. I talked to our chemistry section, but unfortunately it's not great data because it's not controlled. They may not test it because they focus in on the Schedule 1 and 2 drugs. So it is just a handful of cases, but I was hoping to be able to provide some insight on the volume of submissions, but I don't have that. That's why we have the great doctor here.
Thank you.
Representative Miller.
Just one more question, Dr. Smith. So in your mind, when you think of drugs that are Schedule 1 right now, heroin, et cetera, do you, Dr. Jeffrey Smith, equate kratom to those?
The short answer to that is no, simply because of the lack of data and the small numbers. Like I say, I don't want to minimise the small numbers, but if you look at the number of cases that we unfortunately deal with on a daily basis where the death is due to powerful drugs such as fentanyl, methamphetamine, cocaine, and on occasion heroin, kratom is mitragynine is a small number.
Thank you.
Dr. Smith, to my knowledge, we're not related, but
We might
I'd claim you. Just a couple of quick questions, if I may, sir. Kratom, forgive me for not using the specific term that you use for it. I'll just use a West Georgia term for it, I guess you could say. Is this a dangerous substance in your professional opinion?
If the use of it is sufficient to cause or contribute to death, then yes, it's a dangerous substance.
Okay. And again, there are 33 deaths attributed to kratom since 2017 that we have on record.
Yes, correct.
Okay. Would it be safe to say, Doctor, that there's still a lot of unknowns about the substance kratom?
Yes, that's why I felt a little bit sheepish talking about the drug mixed in with other drugs, simply because I don't have the data. The crime lab is not measuring simply because they probably don't have standards that they can use which are verifiable based on the level. I think the levels detected across the country. I think, just to give you an example, I think National Medical Services reported that they will have levels everywhere from micrograms per litre, that's what they measure in, but everywhere from 10 to 4,800 in cases which is an enormous spread of the amount of drug detected. So it's just very little data there in peer-reviewed scientific journals to give us some guidelines in terms of what shouldn't be used, how much, and also the varieties in which it's used. Obviously, maybe the liquid form is more potent than, for example, the powder form. We just don't know that at this stage.
Chair Smith, can we underscore that just those numbers, that's just from GBI, does not include our Metro Atlanta, DeKalb, Gwinnett, Cobb, Fulton.
Okay. And Dr. Smith, I know you've researched this as well as you can, and I know that in your line of work that is something you would pride yourself on as necessary for your work. Unknowns in the scientific area. Let me ask you, just since we brought fentanyl up, Fentanyl's had a lot of research done on it as far as the drug and its effects, correct?
Correct.
And you've probably looked over those in your line of work as well, correct?
Yes.
And so the difference in fentanyl is we have however many years of research that has been done on this drug, whereas we do not have that sort of data yet, or that has been compiled on kratom.
That's correct. I'd say that's fair, yes.
Okay. All right. Doctor, I see no more questions for you. I want to thank you for your time. Please give Dr. Darsall my regards. Haven't seen her in several years, but thank you for the good work you do for our state.
Thank you very much.
All right. Good lesson for everybody is see how brief and to the point Dr. Smith is. I know a lot of y'all have had personal ties to this drug that we're talking about. I would ask you to try to keep it within 5 minutes if you can. I'll give you a little bit of leeway, but we've got a lot of folks signed up. So first off, Drew Ashby.
I'm sorry, I was asking anyway, Dr. Lopez and Georgia Poison Control.
Yeah, that's fine. That's fine. Yeah, sorry, we got some folks. Just got to get back to the lab. And just introduce yourself for us. Pull that microphone close to you.
Good afternoon, Chairman. My name is Gaylord Lopez. I am the Executive Director of the Georgia Poison Center, which is housed at Grady. I've been in the director position since 1988. And my focus and my angle on this is coming strictly from a poisoning and overdose perspective.
Okay.
So I got involved back in 2015 in a case of a kratom death and have done a couple of news stories as a result of this. I stand here today just as passionate about trying to find better ways we can control kratom from 2015 to now 2023. While the data is not that we collect is not sparkling. The thing is, if you ask me about the data about fentanyl calls, heroin calls, I will also tell you that that's not very sparkling, yet we know a problem exists. Kratom is a drug, when we get called about it, not necessarily a death like the medical examiner. We've got emergency rooms calling us about people who have taken kratom and have experienced incredibly horrendous side effects and even death, not only in young adults, but we've also seen cases of people in their 40s and 50s and 60s also having reported symptoms that required emergency room visits. Across the nation, over the course of the last 5 years, since we're talking about 5-year blocks, the association that I belong to collects data, and I know nationally there have been about 1,600 calls reported to the Poison Center system over the last 5 years. In Georgia, that number is close to 250 over the last 5 years. With no appreciable trend from 18 to 22, it's about in the 45 to 50 range are the calls that we get. And by the time we get the call, it's emergency rooms calling us about signs and symptoms that are being reported, and then what to do. Now you may ask, Dr. Lopez, why aren't you getting calls about them? Much like we're not getting calls about marijuana, cocaine, and these type of drugs. Metragenine and kratom doesn't have an antidote. There's not necessarily an antidote that you could give for this particular agent, as you say, can give for heroin or morphine or fentanyl analogs. And so when you talk about underreporting, I firmly believe that there are a lot more cases out there, but they're just not being reported. Because when a physician is asked to treat a patient who's suffering from seizures, hallucination, psychotic events, they're not going for an antidote. They're going for supportive care. And so you're not going to be wowed by me by any numbers, but I will tell you from when I started looking at kratom back in 2015 to now, this you heard Representative Townsend talk about the Wild Wild West. Well, I'll go a step further. It's a version of Russian roulette, is what users are playing with. When you're talking about drugs that are not regulated, labeling is poor. We heard earlier that you don't know what you're going to get, and that's one of the problems with dose, because kratom's effects are dose-related. And if you don't know what the dose is, you're not going to necessarily associate it with a particular pact of signs or symptoms. And even if you say, we'll go and try to regulate it by making better labels, I don't know that that's going to be the answer either, because what are the regulations for labels? Anybody, for example, I could pick up a bottle of Drano, and there would be perfect labeling instructions on there. But there are some bottles of Drano that says, take a raw egg, mix it with milk, and drink it. I'm not going to follow that instruction as a clinician, because that could do more harm than good. So I don't know that labeling is going to be the answer. But what I do know from a poisoning and drug overdose perspective, the side effect profile, the risk, they all outweigh the benefit. And we're talking about lack of studies. We're talking about how constituents are talking about the great effects of kratom and how it does this, how it does that. If you're trying to look for a double-blind, randomized control study, they're not out there, right? And so what we're hearing is anecdotal reports. We're hearing strictly non-scientific reports about kratom's benefits. If you look at the history of, say, even THC was criminalized back in the 30s, right? And so look how many years it's taken us just for us to see the process of decriminalization. It's been 40 or 50 years for that whole process to take place, because the studies weren't in, it was criminalized back in the 30s, and yes, we're seeing states now starting to legalize it, but that's after studies after studies after studies. We don't have that with kratom. And so for me, yes, I completely agree. Every death is one too many. For me, when I get called about these kind of cases, it's because a lot of times these patients who are taking kratom, who run into problems because, number one, they were playing Russian roulette to begin with. A lot of these products that are on the market, look, I could take 2 bottles from the same manufacturer, and I could tell you right now, if we measured the amount of kratom in each one, they will be completely different. We know that there have been bottles of kratom with nothing in them, absolutely no drug in it, yet it's passed off as kratom. So, do you think that that's more a psychosomatic effect? I don't know. But when we know that this landscape is not regulated, from what we know when kratom does get into bodies, whether it's through lab analysis at the medical examiner's office or in the ER where the patient has said, I have taken, I have smoked, I have ingested, I have been exposed to, that's unfortunately the only thing we could have, because right now, if you told me someone had 10 molecules of kratom in their system, I will tell you now, I don't know if that's high, low, or nothing. If you tell me something has 1,000 molecules of kratom, I wouldn't be able to tell you if that was good, bad, or ugly either. The thing is, the work is not out there, but from what we've seen from ER doctors, what we've seen from case reports in children who have been exposed, there was a report of 7 pediatric patients who got into kratom, and each one of them went into withdrawals. They had to be treated for withdrawal symptoms. I mean, that's unprecedented. And so I was contacted by Representative Townsend's office on Friday, and he said, you know, Dr. Lopez, I've heard about you. You know, I know you've done a little work here. Would you come and testify, and at least share your feelings? And I didn't need a lot of time to prepare, because I see these cases that come into our hotlines. I know what these doctors are looking for. Unfortunately, I know what some of these patients have gotten into. And the cases that I've talked about, the 240-something, are kratom alone, not mixed with anything else. It's just kratom alone. I'm not sure of the 240 or so, 49 cases. I'm not sure of the comorbidities that were involved. But again, these were young adults to adults such as myself who have partaken of kratom. And I think there's far more risk than there are benefits. I believe that there's got to be some tighter control, even if you talk about Schedule I, because the definition, obviously, of Schedule I is no medicinal benefit. And if you look at all the things that have got the Schedule I label, it's because there's no studied and no proven medicinal benefit. And I think that's where we are now with the DEA, saying there's no medicinal benefit, and therefore the Schedule I label is one that I would support.
Okay, thank you. Number 14, Representative Neal.
Hello, thank you so much. Thank you for being here. So I guess my first question is, you mentioned the 240-something calls over the last 5 years or so. Those are just calls from the hospital when they want to get your feedback on kratom just in general, like they would any other substance they would call for. Those are not deaths, correct?
Correct.
Okay. Secondly, so you say you testified to there's nothing study-wise that can make it where you can be firm in advising us on where kratom stands with you in general. You testified that there's not enough info, and you testified that you yourself wouldn't know what amount of kratom would cause death, or you can't even come up with the number, whether it's 10, whether it's 1,000, what have you. You testified that we don't have any of that type of information. So with that being said, what makes you support criminalizing this particular substance when you've testified to have no information to back that up?
Well, just look at the patients I've been consulted on. When the doctor's calling me about a patient that's sitting in their ER, and he or she is saying, you know, Gaylord, they're saying this is kratom. What do you know about kratom? Is it possible that they could, you know, they could be unconscious, have seizures, have psychotic events? Regardless of how much someone took, these are consistent with what reports we've been seeing about this type of drug. And so, yes, you know, when I tell you that I don't know if 100 molecules would have done that or 1,000, I still know that kratom did it, because it was the only thing they were taking. It was the only substance they were taking.
One follow-up, Mr. Chairman. But you just stated as well that the calls, the 240-something calls over the past 5 years that are not deaths, you also do not have information on if there were any other comorbidities or anything else that would have been used in conjunction with kratom. So can you definitively say that it was kratom without that information, since these are just calls and not deaths?
What I said was, I didn't review all 240 cases for comorbidities.
Okay.
I'm sure they may have had comorbidities. I don't know, but I'm just telling you that we had, you know, the 240 something calls, and I didn't have the time to look at every single one of the calls to check what comorbidities, what other drugs were involved. But it was kratom as a single substance that was called in, meaning the physician said, this patient said they did kratom. They didn't mix it with alcohol. They didn't mix it. So I don't know if that person was a diabetic.
Because you didn't have time to check.
Because I didn't have time to check. It would probably be on our records, but I didn't have time to check.
All right, thank you so much.
Representative Miller.
Just really quickly, on the 249 kratom calls that you've described, these individuals had appeared in the emergency room. Is that fair to say?
Yeah, they were, I think now that I remember, there's 249 cases. I think there were 4 deaths over that period of time, over the 5 years. And these were calls coming from the emergency room or the ICU.
Okay. And just a point of clarification, because I think one of the things we're struggling with is data. The kratom alone conclusion that you've reached, is that based on the individual's self-report that they're there for kratom? For example, if a person had been using opioids and kratom, or fentanyl and kratom, or cocaine and kratom, might they just say kratom because that's the thing that's legal? So is this based on conclusive data that will show that those people only used kratom?
That's a great question, because a lot of times, the ERs will do drug screens as well, right? And so the drug screens actually didn't show kratom because the normal everyday hospital in Georgia doesn't have the capability of testing for kratom, but they do for the biggies: cocaine, THC, alcohol. And so when, again, because I didn't have time to look at all those, I know when I reviewed the data, this was a single substance. I didn't look at the drug screens. There probably were notations about, they're on, ABC drugs for DEF disease states, and they also found ethanol and cocaine and marijuana. I don't have that data. I wasn't prepared to go into that detail, but basically the healthcare professional was told that this patient took kratom, and are these consistent with what you know about kratom?
Dr. Lopez, we appreciate you taking so much time out of your day to come and be with us. Thank you for the work you do with the Georgia Poison Control Center.
Thank you, Chairman.
Y'all have done a lot of good work in my district over the years, and I appreciate that.
Thank you.
Yep, thank you. All right, next we'll hear from Drew Ashby. And if you'll just introduce yourself and tell us who you're with.
Yes, thank you, Chairman Smith. My name is Drew Ashby. I'm an attorney here in Metro Atlanta, and I'm here to tell you about what's going on in the real world with this stuff. I'd never heard the word kratom until shortly after last summer, when I got a call from Miss Dana Pope and her husband John, whose son Ethan had dropped dead in his apartment in Rome, Georgia, 23 years old, extremely healthy, with kratom in his system. They'd never heard the word kratom. And as I discovered, this is actually pretty common, because when it's sold to the public, it's sold as safe, natural, and effective. And so when people take it, they view it like taking a multivitamin. It turns out that that's not the case at all. I want to tell you a little bit about the calls that we get on a daily basis from parents around the country, because when we brought this lawsuit, it got not just national recognition, but international recognition. It was not something we necessarily sought or frankly thought would happen, but it has. It's captured the imagination of the country, and because of that, we get calls now. So I get calls from mothers and fathers and brothers and sisters daily, dozens of cases that we're investigating right now. And I want to be clear, because we're not connected to this bill. This bill came across. We monitor the hopper just like other folks do here. We were surprised to see it as anybody else. But when we found out it was being dropped, we wanted to come in and have a voice, because no one's talking about these families in Georgia and across the country whose loved ones are dying as a result of kratom. And I'm talking about all kinds of deaths. I'm talking about dropping dead like Ethan Pope, in his friends discovering him because he didn't show up to work. I'm talking about people who were so addicted to this because the 7-hydroxymetragenine chemical in this drug is so addictive. It's 13 times more potent than morphine. And they get so hooked, and they describe it to us as worse than their addiction to heroin, worse than their addiction to opiates. And they can't get off of it. We usually get those calls, tragically, from the loved ones who are left to deal with the suicide of the person who couldn't break the addiction. These are not calls that come once a week. These come daily. And they just come daily to us because they want us to do something to help. This law doesn't affect our case. This law doesn't make one lick of difference in our case whatsoever. But I want to tell you a little bit, very briefly, about what we've learned since we've started getting involved in these things, because we are actively involved in litigation of most of the folks in this corner in here. And we have discovered that Mac Haddo from the American Kratom Association, who has a storied history that maybe he'll share with you, is a very well-financed, multiple 7 figures a year, well-financed, incredibly slick organization that will come along and tell you everything that you need to know about this drug, pretend like it's a science based on the science that they paid for, when the GBI scientists that just sat here told you, all those are animal studies. Those animal studies have been paid for by the AKA, and they don't translate into how it works in human beings. Let's roll back to 2016 and the FDA, when the FDA said, we want to Schedule I this. What we're considering now here in 2023, the FDA basically made their decision on it. Why didn't it happen? Why didn't the FDA go forward? Why couldn't they? Because the American Kratom Association decided very early on they were going to lead with politics, and they hired Paul Pelosi Jr. as their president, who went to the FDA, and it was over, just like that. Because as you all know, there are political ways of solving things, and there are policy ways of solving things. And policy was out of the question. Let's go to 2019, when the American Kratom Association targeted Georgia for their Kratom Consumer Protection Act, which was a brilliant piece of legislation because no one knew what Kratom was. They came in here into this committee, sold it as rabbit tobacco. There's no big deal either way. People just use it. Let's just go forward with it, because the study committee, which was run by Representative Vernon Jones, who has been on the payroll of the American Kratom Association, came here and said, no big deal, let's just pass this law. And what did the law say? We can all read it. I mean, there's no debate. The law says we're going to make sure that people under 18 can't buy it. We're going to have really specific labeling instructions. And then we're going to have these other tertiary requirements. I am here to report to you that since that law was signed by the governor in 2019, there's not been a single citation under that law. But guess what? The American Kratom Association, which recommends dozens of different kratoms as safe and effective on their website, not a single one of those meets those labeling requirements for the state of Georgia. That's not an enforcement problem, y'all. That's a seriousness problem. None of these kratom industry folks take you seriously. Y'all have already said they have to have certain things on the label. They haven't done it. You don't need to take my word for it. Go home today and buy some kratom. Unfortunately, it's ridiculously expensive. That's a main concern of people who switch from heroin to kratom, because it's gas station heroin. That's what this stuff is. It's legally like that. And I understand the concerns that the committee has raised about, were there other drugs in the system? Was there comorbidities and things like that? But here's the reality. This is sold at gas stations and vape shops in almost completely unregulated form, except for the age. And if we were sitting here talking about a Snickers that was killing 230 people that we know of, and we'll talk about that in a second, a Snickers that was killing 230 people, that wouldn't even be an issue. But the fact that it's a drug, we have all these questions. It's a drug that's sold at the checkout counter next to the Reese's. People don't know what they're getting, which is why, back to what I said at the beginning, why they don't tell people that they're on it. So Georgia was targeted for this. We passed this law, this committee passed this law in 2019. Y'all, or your predecessors. You know what that happened as a result of that? Here's what we've discovered. Georgia is now the epicenter nationwide for kratom. You don't realize that because no one's told you that. Georgia is the epicenter. If you look at the people who are controlling the industry, and we had to in our case, we had to find them. You know we found them? some of you are lawyers on this committee. You know what a registered agent is, right? Registered agent, a company has to have a registered agent to be served process. All of the registered agents for every entity that we looked up, including the American Kratom Association, went back to a P.O. box at a UPS store. Can I serve a P.O. box at a UPS store? Is that a legitimate business? So we had to get private investigators. We had to go deep into all this. The law that y'all passed does nothing. And how do we know it does nothing? Not a single citation since 2019. Not a single. And not a single kratom manufacturer who's paid a ton of money for you to hear a lot of stuff today is following it. They're going to come and tell you it's about enforcement. No, it's not. They don't even follow the laws. That's their own people that they recommend, AKA American Kratom Association. They recommend through the Good Housekeeping Stamp of Approval, their GMB program. These are the kratom companies to buy from. Those people aren't doing it. What else have we found? There's only about 3 commercial labs that test this nationally. It's give or take. Maybe it's 4, maybe it's 2. We're trying to do the research. That's one of them is NMS Labs that the GBI referred to up here. I hope one day they're going to get a chance to talk about this, because here's the issue. Just like many of you haven't heard of kratom, that's the same with the coroners and the medical examiners all over the state of Georgia and all over the country. And they don't know when people drop dead to test the blood for kratom. They couldn't have even tested for it until a few years ago if they had wanted to. As the recognition of kratom comes forward, and as these blood tests go forward, it's not like this, it's a hockey stick. There's a question earlier about what other states are doing and how no one's banning, I believe it came from this direction, how no one's banning since 2016. So West Virginia is considering a ban right now. They were debating it yesterday. And the senator, the Republican senator who's leading that effort, said that this is exactly like what it looked like on the beginning of the opioid epidemic. And if we could go back in time and change what we did as a state on the front end of the opioid epidemic, we would have done it. And so when they see numbers like this, they're deeply concerned. And that's a complete ban. That's a Schedule 1 going forward in West Virginia. The things I'll say in closing are that Schedule 1 is an interesting way of dealing with this, and it's certainly possible that that would be a fix because you take it off the street. But the people who say they get benefits from this, and I don't doubt there are some benefits, I wouldn't know, I just don't doubt it. They compare it to, I'm coming off of heroin, I'm coming off of opiates, I'm coming off of everything else, and I'm trading that for kratom, another addictive substance, by the way. But all the other things that we use to treat for that, methadone, Suboxone, those are all scheduled drugs. Those are all Schedule 2. We need a doctor to tell us how much to take, when, why, and how. After our lawsuit, they've been operating in Georgia for years. The kratom manufacturer that killed Ethan Pope, you want to know what the name was? This is how seriously they take you. The name is O.P.M.S. What does that stand for? OPMS. They named it that because it sounds like opium. Opium. Yes. That's why they did it. Here's what they put on their website. You don't have to believe me. It's OPMS's website. Do not use this after Ethan Pope announced his lawsuit. Do not use this product if you have a serious medical condition. Okay. Or use a prescription medication. Is there a person in this room that isn't on a prescription medication? Do not use this in combination with any medication. So now we're out of prescriptions. Any medication, including prescription or over-the-counter, vitamins, herbal supplements, drugs, nicotine, or any other substances, including kratom products. Don't even use kratom with kratom. This is an industry that realizes that we're on their heels, not we the lawyers, all of us. And we have a chance to do something about it. Schedule 1, Schedule 2, just get it out of people's hands until a doctor or a pharmacist can say, it's okay for them to use it, because here's why, and this is the last thing I'll say. If you're supposed to consult a doctor before you use it, why does the American Kratom Association restrict the ability of doctors to give prescriptions? Why don't they allow for that? And the answer is simple, because we need it to be widespread. We need it to be uninhibited and unregulated. If anybody needs to be commenting on whether it's safe or effective, it needs to be a doctor, and it needs to be done with a prescription. Schedule 1, Schedule 2, anything else, it doesn't matter, because if this is killing people, y'all, I'm not making this up, I swear to you, if this is killing people because they drink grape juice when they take it, grapefruit juice, that's something that the American Kratom Association put out there. These are not things that the AK is warning about. These are not things that the industry is warning about. They just wait till an individual drops dead and said, he was taking something for a runny nose. That must have been what killed him. It's mind-boggling, y'all. If we are talking about a candy bar that kills people when they eat it, whether they were on an antihistamine, antidepressant, or an aspirin for their heart, we would be up in arms. That's exactly what's happening here. I am so grateful for y'all's time. I'm grateful for that you're considering this issue. I'm grateful for Rick Townsend, who I've not met before today, to this, and I'm open for your questions. Thank y'all so much.
Thank you, Mr. Ashby. Got one question so far. Floor Leader Hong.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just one clarification question. And hi, Mr. Ashby. I know we've known each other for a while. You're a very respected trial lawyer. I respect your opinion. So thank you for coming. Did I hear you correctly when you said you believe that this should be regulated? A doctor should be able to go ahead and prescribe this kratom, and you don't have an opinion as to whether it should be Schedule 1 or any other schedules. You just think it's something that should be regulated. Is that correct?
It is to a point. And the shortest answer I can give is this. Schedule 1 is a ban, and that would be effective and frankly, deal with the issues we've been talking about. But the issues that the kratom industry talks about is how people come off of drugs from it, okay? And if that's true, then Suboxone and Methadone are all Schedule 2s. So whether it's Schedule 1 or Schedule 2, we need a doctor's involvement and a pharmacist's double check to make sure that people aren't going to take something that's going to kill them.
Thank you.
Thank you.
How in the world we don't have any more questions for a lawyer? Oh.
Thank you so much.
Representative Miller.
Thank you so much.
For the question or not having a question?
No, for the question. This is an important topic.
Thank you.
And y'all
Thank
have a chance
you.
to deal with it.
Thank you for your presentation, and my condolences to your client's family. I guess one of the sort of the biggest issue here is Schedule 1 versus Schedule 2 or some other schedule, or just how we regulate kratom. You mentioned the FDA. That it's actually the DEA, I guess, who is really sort of the agency that's behind sort of deciding ultimately how to schedule drugs.
So the FDA made public statements in 2016 that they intended to make kratom Schedule 1 or metragenine. And then the political downfall from that caused that to be taken off the books. That is something that you can independently verify from the 2016 timeframe. And the FDA intends to continue looking into this, but again, we have a chance to do something about this in Georgia, like the 6 other states that have banned it.
Okay, so so from your perspective, it's not, the DEA has not weighed in on this one way or another?
Oh, no, ma'am. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to sidestep that. The DEA has weighed in on it. The FDA has weighed in on it. And there are other organizations that have weighed in on it. But the only people that can actually do things about it are bodies like y'all. Yeah.
And in your research, which seems to be somewhat extensive, what is the DEA's position on kratom? Do you know?
The DEA, as of today, is not scheduling kratom.
Thank you.
Or they're not Schedule 1 in kratom.
Thank you.
Floor Leader Hong.
Just another clarification. Isn't it true that Board of Pharmacy can also ban drugs? So it's not just the legislative body that can
Unlike
do
others
this?
who may come up here and pretend they know everything, I'm not going to do that. I don't know the answer.
Okay.
I have absolutely no idea. I know that there's a schedule bill that is carried by this House every year, and that Representative Stevens usually handles that. and Representative Stevens is a pharmacist, also a co-sponsor of this bill.
Thank you.
Mr. Ashby, I just have one question that's probably not necessarily one you were thinking about. I'm going to ask for you to delve into the constitutional side of things with me. I'm very hesitant to ever lead off with anything concerning 10th Amendment, just because we've seen that amendment be abused to throw this country into war before.
Amen.
Which is very regrettable. This is a different kind of 10th Amendment question that I have for you. Just because the feds do not schedule this as a Schedule 1, that does not prohibit the state of Georgia, or any state for that matter, of scheduling it as a Schedule 1 drug, correct?
That is correct, and as demonstrated by the 6 other states that have effectively done that or actually Schedule 1'd it.
Okay. Or Schedule 2 for that matter.
Any schedule that Georgia deems appropriate, it may institute for the state of Georgia.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
I believe that's all the questions. Mr. Ashby, thank you for your time.
Thank y'all.
Bear with me. We're going to take a 10-minute break to let everybody go to the restroom. So it is now 3:13. We will plan on being back in about 3:20. Well, it's 3:14 now. 3:24. Thank you.
quorum right now.
It's cooler in here since a lot of people left. It's water back there. They have water back there. And they have
think through.
Uh,
But yeah.
All right, members out in the hallway, we could come back to order.
Just letting you know, the author said he's open to
If we could have all the members come back in.
She's passing out the.
We're going to suspend for just a few minutes. Okay, we now have a quorum. Lawyers can't count. We're waiting on one. Need one more. All right, we have a quorum. Next up, we have Marilyn Eustis. Miss Eustis, are you still? Oh, there you are. Come on down. Just tell us who you're with. For the sake of time, I'm going to limit testimony to 3 minutes. So be as brief as you can. I'll give a little leeway, but limit your comments as much as you can. Just let us know who you're with and proceed.
Yes, so hello, I am Professor Dr. H.C. Marilyn Eustis from Thomas Jefferson University. I'm a forensic toxicologist with 50 years experience. I have been named a distinguished forensic toxicologist by the American Academy of Forensic Sciences, which is the same organization Dr. Smith from GBI belongs to. I'm author of 555 manuscripts, including some on kratom, and I've mentored more than 25 PhD toxicologists. I'm past president of the Society of Forensic Toxicology, past chair of the toxicology section of the American Academy of Forensic Sciences, and past president of the International Association of Forensic Toxicologists. So recently, kratom and its primary active compound metragenine has been listed as cause of death in more death investigations, despite the small number of such cases compared to a number of other types of deaths, like fentanyl that you've heard discussed. For example, in Florida, your neighboring state, kratom and metragenine represented only 0.02% of over 7,700 total reported deaths in 2021 from their Medical Examiners Association. Yet, it was listed as cause of death in 68.8% of cases, despite the presence of multiple respiratory depressant drugs, including fentanyl, heroin, and benzodiazepines. I think we've heard a lot about reasons people use kratom: for fatigue, for pain, avoiding using opioids, to improve well-being, reduce anxiety, including PTSD that was brought up earlier by veterans, to eliminate opioid use for analgesia, and to self-manage their opioid withdrawal and use disorder by millions of people around the world. Metragenine is not an opioid. It has low activity at the mu opioid receptor, but it also blocks kappa opioid receptors, and it activates a large number of other receptors, including the adrenergic, serotonergic, dopaminergic, and the adenosine receptors. So it has a very different pharmacological profile, has a very different botanical origin. In fact, the kratom tree is related to the coffee tree, okay? And its molecular structure is very different, showing that it's not an opioid. One of the most important differences between kratom and metragenine and opioids is that it does not activate the beta-arrestin 2 pathway, which is the pathway that produces respiratory depression. So that's a major difference between these compounds. The opioid epidemic in the United States, and I forgot to say, I was at the National Institute on Drug Abuse for more than 23 years as a section chief, conducting controlled drug administration studies. So I'm very aware and very troubled by the opioid epidemic that has claimed in 2021 106,699 deaths from opioids, 75% of those from opioids. The National Institute on Drug Abuse, where I worked for most of my career, says that although there are deaths of people who ingested kratom, almost all involved other substances that depressed respiration. On August 16, 2018, Admiral Brett Giroir, who was the Assistant Secretary of State, which oversees scheduling, he withdrew the agency's request, the Food and Drug Administration, the Health and Human Services request to schedule kratom. And he said, based on a thorough review of the evidence, new scientific findings, and concerns for unintended public health consequences, he withdrew the schedule. He said there was new scientific evidence of low abuse potential of kratom and use of kratom and metragenine for individuals with opioid use disorder to reduce the amount of their opioid intake.
Doctor, I hate to interrupt you, but you went over time. If you can just
I'm over 3 minutes?
Wrap up. Yes, well over. Look, I get it. I practice law. You can talk for a while and not realize it. So if you just wrap up for us as quickly
so
as
there's,
you can.
I've heard over and over today that there aren't good scientific evidence. There have been hundreds of published studies on kratom in the last few years, and I myself have published on kratom. I think what's really key, Dr. Nora Volkow, who is the director of NIDA, has looked at kratom as a harm reduction strategy for reducing the overdose deaths. And what we think needs to happen is, as Dr. Smith said, laboratories do not routinely test for metragenine. It has to generally go to a reference laboratory. The problem is that if they find kratom at the scene of death, they only test for kratom. And we know that kratom has been used by many individuals who have different use disorders, opioids, methamphetamine, cocaine. We also know that there are novel, we call them NPS, novel psychoactive substances, that have to have specialized testing to identify them. You may have heard about legal cannabis, about synthetic designer opioids. If those are not tested to be ruled out, you will not find the actual cause of death. It's only doing that. So what is really important before people call it a cause of death is to do an excellent scene investigation, to look at the background of the individual and what their previous drug use disorders might have been. What I want to say, 2 more quick things. We ran a study on the effects of kratom in rats, and we gave 400 milligrams per kilogram. We heard today about molecules. This is a huge amount, way more than humans take. We did it according to the FDA protocol. Oxycodone produced severe respiratory depression and deaths. We had no significant respiratory depression at doses 1,000 times higher. Rats are not humans. What this committee does not know is we've just finished the first study in 198 humans on 3 different formulations of kratom, 4 doses, approved by Health Canada, which is their FDA. We had no adverse respiratory depressive events or withdrawal and showed no abuse liability in this study. Just finished that. So thank you very much. I appreciate the chance to talk to you and correct some of the misunderstanding that there isn't research available.
Thank you. Vice Chairman Silcox.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you so much for all of your work in the area of toxicology. I really appreciate you coming all the way from Thomas Jefferson.
Well, I actually am at the American Academy of Forensic Science meeting in Orlando and skipped that today to come.
Well, thank you. Thank you again. Was just curious if you were sitting in a position today to decide how to schedule this drug, how would you schedule it?
To be very honest, what I would do, and as the individual who proposed this, the issue of quality control was brought up over and over again. We do need good control. It should be where they have to have appropriate labeling. It should be that you make sure they're not adulterants. They have already had cases where they have found these designer opioids, as you may have heard in the press. They're in cocaine, they're in methamphetamine.
But we're talking about kratom.
Yes, they're in kratom. They've actually adulterated it. So it should be a natural kratom product. They should look for the quantity that's present, and they should make sure that there are no adulterants present in the compound.
So how would you schedule it?
I would not schedule it.
You would not?
They're approximately 1/3 of users of kratom, well documented in national and international surveys, are using it to help reduce their opioid use. And Admiral Gerard, who was the Assistant Secretary of Health and Human Services, said he is afraid we will escalate the opioid epidemic with many more deaths from opioids if we schedule kratom.
Thank you.
Looks like that's all the questions. Thank you so much. All right. We're going to move through these. Tell you what. Is that Mac Haddon with American Kratom Association?
Yes.
What is it?
Haddo like shadow.
Haddo. Okay, gotcha. Maybe I need new glasses. All right. I know we've heard who you are. If you'll just introduce yourself to members of the committee who might not have heard.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. My name is Mac Haddo. I'm the Senior Fellow in Public Policy with the American Kratom Association. Hope you give me a little leeway because Mr. Ashby said a lot of things that I hope if I don't cover, you'll ask me about. First, let me tell you that if you were to pass this bill, you will criminalize more than 200,000 Georgians. We don't need to criminalize people that are struggling with pain management and with opioid addictions. I can also tell you that in 2019, you did pass a bill. It passed 149-1 in the House and 50-1 in the Senate. Unfortunately, the upper body didn't see clearly that we should include the enforcement mechanism, which we fully support as a consumer advocacy organization. There are 7 states that have passed the Kratom Consumer Protection Act. In Mississippi, which was a state where a ban was proposed, they flipped it to the Kratom Consumer Protection Act, modeled after what we propose, and it is enacted here except for the enforcement provisions, and passed it 114-2 last Thursday. This is capturing the real public policy arena here. In the state of Rhode Island, the Director of Public Health, who had their department had formally scheduled kratom, acknowledged that kratom doesn't meet the criteria for scheduling. It'll be withdrawn. And there is a bill, the Kratom Consumer Protection Act, which is paired to that event in Rhode Island. Same is true in Vermont and in Wisconsin. There is a bill in Indiana, another banned state, to replace it with the Kratom Consumer Protection Act. This is where pure policy ought to live. Mr. Ashby indicated that he came here to tell you all about things, but his client is the one that has a case here. We understand that under the appropriate laws of the state of Georgia, which are included in wrongful death and product liability, should be tried in the courts. But they held their press conference here in the rotunda, not on the steps of the courthouse. You need to look carefully at what the motivations of that kind of thing are. We have heard that AKA is somehow funding these studies. AKA has not funded the studies. A sister nonprofit has funded one study. The National Institute on Drug Abuse funds $30 million in studies on kratom that are currently ongoing, all of which are adding to the body of evidence which demonstrate that kratom should be regulated, not banned, and I think that's critically important. He castigated Johns Hopkins. We have never funded a study with Johns Hopkins. He said that we did. He said Mr. Pelosi, who predated me in my involvement with the American Kratom Association, went to the FDA and it was over. Well, that's news to the FDA because after Mr. Pelosi left the American Kratom Association in 2016, I think, early 16, on August 31st of 2016, the FDA recommended scheduling, which was withdrawn by the DEA. In 2018, the FDA recommended scheduling, and HHS Secretary Admiral Jawad withdrew it with a scathing rebuttal, calling it embarrassingly poor evidence and data to schedule kratom. In 2021, the FDA this is the group that stood down because Mr. Pelosi went to the Expert Committee on Drug Dependence, the UN Commissioner on Narcotic Drugs, and asked for scheduling with a lower standard, and they unanimously, 12 independent experts, agreed that it didn't meet the criteria for scheduling. So we need to protect people that are using kratom to save their lives. I've been at hundreds of hearings. I've heard thousands of people talk about how kratom is helping them. I understand the risks. The risks are about adulterated kratom products. The 2019 bill does ensure that you have quality products in Georgia. It needs to go a step further. We need to enlighten that upper body, tell them that we can enact enforcement mechanisms that are important. It's working in the other states. That's the key solution here, and we recommend that you do it. In the 7 states that have passed the Kratom Consumer Protection Act, the attorney mentioned Oregon. Oregon just implemented that law, and they're holding their first public hearing with the vendors on Wednesday of this week. It hasn't even been fully implemented there, and yet he cited that as an example.
Mr. Haddo, what I would ask is I'm going to give you one more minute. and ask that you bring your remarks to a close. I'm trying to give you as much leeway
you.
as I can.
I much appreciate it. I'll conclude with this, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee. The reason that we have a federal bill that's been filed is because the FDA refuses to listen to their parent agency, HHS. They refuse to listen to the National Institutes on Drug Abuse. They refuse to listen to the U.S. Congress, where 4 previous Congresses has put in the appropriations bill encouragement for more research and preserving consumer access. Bipartisan legislation before the U.S. Congress to do one thing: force the FDA to regulate kratom the way it should, instead of their institutional bias against all dietary supplements and botanic supplements. They've held that for years. The Congress in 1994 passed unanimously, and I'm telling you the truth, they actually passed it unanimously, the the Dietary Supplement Health and Education Act, which restricts the FDA from being able to ban dietary supplements. They would like to, they can't anymore, and that's what the federal legislation would do. I hope to work with Representative Townsend, who an advocate told me the last person he wanted to talk to is me. I want to talk to him. I want to work with him. I want to work with you in order to have good enforcement mechanisms to make sure pure kratom is sold. Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Glad to answer any questions.
Thank you. I have several. Chairman Silcox.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you so much for coming today. What is your profession?
I'm a government advocate, a lobbyist for the American Kratom Association.
Do you profit from the sale of kratom?
Yes, my firm has a contract. It was $12,500 last year. It's $17,500, and then I get paid expenses, which I travel every week. So I get a lot of expense money from the American Kratom Association.
So how do you account for the deaths from kratom?
Well, our view is that science should also rule on all of this. I cannot tell you for certainty that you can't overdose on kratom any more than you can on many other substances. You can overdose on water by upsetting your electrolyte balance. We look at the science. Every one of the deaths that's been reported and the autopsy reports provided have been analyzed by independent forensic toxicologists. They can't find a causality to kratom alone. Lots of polydrug use, lots of other drugs in the system of the individual that could have accounted for the death that are not because of kratom. And so until we see a definitive level of toxicity of kratom, then I think we have to look at each case individually and deal with it. But let's get rid of the adulterated kratom, and that's where deaths do occur. If you look at the Center for Disease Control data, they found of the 151 deaths reported by medical examiners and coroners, that 91 were kratom associated. Of those, 68% I think had fentanyl in them. That's an adulterated kratom product if they were co-joined or they're using it. You can't blame kratom. Only 7 of those deaths were kratom only. By the reports from the coroners and medical examiners, when the CDC looked at them, they came down to say...
I'm sorry to interrupt, but what protections do consumers have currently to prevent themselves from overdosing on kratom?
Good labeling, and that's present in the Georgia law right now. It tells them what your serving size is, tells them what the ingredients are, tells them if you have an adverse event, who the manufacturer is. That's an important
who's
part.
mixing this with fentanyl?
Bad actors that are just putting it out into the marketplace, and they're causing problems. There's no question about it.
Okay, thank you.
Could I just add, we've reported 65 kratom manufacturers from the American Kratom Association to the FDA over the past 30 months. And the FDA has done little or nothing about them. 3 that they've issued warning letters to. We have given them documentation, and the FDA refused to act.
Thank you.
Number 13.
Mr. Haddo, will you please pull that bill that overwhelmingly passed the House a few years ago, as well as the Mississippi law you mentioned, and send it to Representative Townsend and me, and we'll circulate it.
Good, I'll do that. And then I've got the bill that you passed. I think you
That's
probably
what I
have
mean.
Oh, yeah.
The one that overwhelmingly passed the House, but the Senate did not act
Well,
on it.
let me clarify. The Senate did act on it. They stripped the enforcement provisions. It is law today, signed by the governor, in Georgia, the Kratom Consumer Protection Act. It has the requirements for labeling, for quality control. It just doesn't have the enforcement provision.
The part that got stripped out about 30 deaths ago, if you would send us that got omitted, I'd like to take a look at that.
I would do that, and could I add some additional things that we've learned since that we ought to enforce it better?
Next question.
Yeah.
Okay. Number 8, Representative Miller.
Thank you for your testimony. Can you tell me a little bit about the enforcement component that was dropped out?
Yes, as I understand it, it would have been a misdemeanor penalty for anyone who introduces for sale of a kratom product that doesn't meet the criteria for the quality control in the state of Georgia. It provided specific misdemeanor penalties for sale of kratom to minors. And it provided an exception, as I recall, for anyone who, a retailer in good faith, relying on the representations of the manufacturer, would be exempt. We have some additional ideas now since we've learned 2019 to add some other additional enforcement mechanisms.
And do the products that you endorse on your website follow the provisions that are already entailed in the Georgia Kratom Protection Act that passed, I guess, several years ago?
So Mr. Ashby mischaracterized what we do. We have a program for good manufacturing practices where a vendor, if they choose to participate, has to submit an independent third-party audit that demonstrates compliance with the GMP standards that are embodied in the FDA dietary supplement regulations. They're not relevant to the Georgia law directly, although they're referenced. And so that's all they do. That's all they say. And we ask them to submit those third-party audits, and we verify those.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Looks like that's all the questions. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
All right. Let's see. Next, we have John Shinholzen with recovery. Shinholzer, okay. Thank you very much. Just tell us who you're with.
All right.
And also, where you from?
I'm John Shenholzer. I'm a person in long-term recovery from substance use disorder. For me, that means I've been clean and sober over 40 years. I got clean in 1982 in between my second and third deployment with the 1st Battalion, 3rd Marines, and 10 years in active addiction prior to that. I'm from Richmond, Virginia, and I've been in the drug war 50 years now. And I also run and develop Virginia's oldest authentic recovery community organization. We pioneered recovery support services in Virginia. Been around 19 years. Sat on a joint Senate House subcommittee at the Virginia General Assembly for 3 years, 09, 10, and 11. It helped shape a lot of policies in Virginia. We got the Narcan bill passed, Good Samaritan bill passed. I'm a warrior for recovery, period. About 5 years ago, Kratom showed up on our radar in Virginia, so I started doing a lot of research on it. And what I found out was that addicts, they like to substitute using one form or using for another. And as we all know, addiction, especially when you're in that acute state, you're mentally ill. Addiction is a mental illness. So what we got here is a mental ill problem, just like guns in America. You know, it's the mentally ill doing all the mass shooting, not the good gun owners. But I found a lot of kratom users that weren't abusing it too. So SAMHSA, you know, they're all about recovery, multiple pathways. So, you know, I don't shame somebody for being on methadone or Suboxone, and now medical cannabis is on the radar, and these kratom folks are out there too. So we did technical support for a survey a couple years back where they took 30 opiate addicts. They didn't have no means to detox. They were in great pain. So this sober living organization, they gave them, you know, a week in a sober house, gave them kratom, and they successfully detoxed. 29 out of 30 successfully detoxed, and we held them until we can get them in front of a clinician and get them other services. So I got to thinking, kratom ain't all that bad. And I'm just big against felonizing addicts. And if you do a Schedule I overnight, these guys are going to be felonized. And where that really plays out is in the probation parole office. And all these guys on paper that are doing just fine, they found a good use, a safe use for kratom, now they're going back to prison. And I just think there's got to be a better way to do this. So, oh, and by the way, I'm here on my own money. I paid my own plane ticket down there. I got up at 2:30 to come down here. I believe in it that much. And the Kratom Association's never given me a nickel. Mac did buy me lunch today, and I'm still hungry, by the way, Mac. But I'm going to retire soon from my organization, and I've been after these guys for a couple of years. And I said, look, you guys need prevention and education. You know, you got to do a better job with the addiction community, the regular community, and I think they're going to, you know, give me a little part-time job. But it hasn't happened yet. I ain't seen no money yet, though. So I know y'all big on who's paying you around here. So, but I'm glad to be here.
Thank you.
And you know,
thank you, John.
If you got questions on the addiction and recovery side, I can probably be helpful with that.
Yes, sir. Thank you. Thank you for your service. I see no questions. Appreciate your service. My
Love to
father
do it
was a
again.
Beirut Marine, so thank you.
I was there. I just left the IO when they blew up that embassy. So,
Yes, sir.
yeah,
Yes, sir.
sad day for us.
Thank you for your service. I see no questions. Thank you for visiting with us.
Y'all be good. I'm glad I can catch my flight now. Man.
Yes,
Y'all
sir.
starting to work.
You're welcome. All right, now next we have looks like Dr. Jake Henningfield.
Good afternoon. Thanks for the opportunity.
You'll tell us who you're with?
So I'm Jack Henningfield, and I am adjunct professor at Johns Hopkins since 1978. I've been in the drug wars for half a century, too. And I headed NIDA's, that's National Institute on Drug Abuse, the first section that dealt with drug scheduling by law. So I've been working on drug scheduling actually beginning in 1980 throughout. At Pinney Associates, we work on drug approvals, and a lot of them have been medicines for addiction. And through my research, or at Pinney Associates, I've helped get almost every category of addiction treatment drug on the market, including buprenorphine and Suboxone variations, naltrexone that came through my group at NIDA. And I'm really proud of that. But guess what? For a lot of people, they don't work. And a lot of people won't accept them for any number of reasons. Some people say, I want something natural. Maybe it doesn't work as well. Like my wife. She doesn't take addiction medicines, but she uses dietaries for acid reflux. The best at Johns Hopkins doesn't work. None of those are approved by FDA as safe and effective. So I want to address just a couple of misconceptions that came up. Is kratom recognized by FDA as effective? No. That doesn't apply to any dietary. That's only for drugs. So it's kind of a trick question in a way. A couple of other things that came up. Research, Dr. Hustis mentioned this. There have been hundreds of studies. It started back in the 60s and 70s in Asia. And then NIDA, our old institute, ramped up about 10, 12 years ago and has put actually probably more than 50 million into it, because mitragynine and the other substances are considered models for safer and more effective analgesics. And that's really going on quickly. So we have a lot of answers and data on safety. The rat study that Dr. Hustis mentioned, there have also been studies in dogs, mice, monkeys, and human studies not done as intensively, but all of them show the same thing. Why don't we know what the lethal dose of kratom is? Because it's really hard to kill animals with it. That's part of the reason that we're not clear on the lethal dose of caffeine. That's the way it is with some. Quick comment on scheduling. Schedule 1, the statutory requirements are high abuse potential, and NIDA, the World Health Organization, DEA all agree it doesn't meet that criterion. Number 2, imminent public health threat. DEA has never listed kratom in its annual national drug threat reports. The head of the toxicology talked about mitragynine or kratom paling by fentanyl. That's DEA's basic answer. This pales by the drugs that are killing people, and they're monitoring it. DEA is doing its job. DEA was the one that opposed FDA. There was comments made as to why FDA withdrew.
And Doctor, you've hit 3 minutes, so if
okey-doke.
you could start wrapping
Let me read
it
you a
up.
tweet. I don't know why Dr. Gottlieb, head of FDA in 2016, went on the rampage, but he came back in 2021 and said we were prevented by HHS, the department, from going forward. Biden administration should schedule kratom. Dr. Jor responded within a couple of hours. FDA doesn't schedule, it only recommends. FDA's recommendation was rejected because of embarrassingly poor evidence and data and failure to consider overall public health. And that's what I would urge you to consider, that when you pull the rug out from under people kratom is their lifeline away from opioids, and we estimate that there's probably 200,000 plus kratom consumers in Georgia. In every state that kratom has been put in Schedule 1, people keep using it. But guess what? Now the state can't regulate quality. It can do nothing to address the issues that you raise, and I agree with. People are less likely to go to their doctors, including pregnant women. Why? It's a Schedule 1 narcotic offense. Oh, one last thing on scheduling. So Schedule 1, look it up in Georgia law. It's a narcotic offense. It's a Schedule 1, 5 to 30 years felony prison. And Dr. Jor said, why would we turn many million Americans into felons overnight without a really darn good reason? Schedules 2 through, somebody said, well, what schedule would you put it in? Schedules 2 through 5 are only for FDA-approved drugs. There is no other option. So that's why we don't put whipped cream cartridges and glue and gasoline and all that stuff that kids get high on and die every year. And
Okay.
it's tragic.
Thank you, Doctor.
In Schedule 1.
Appreciate that.
Thank
Hate
you.
to have to cut you off. I've still got a lot of ground to cover. Any questions from members of the committee? Representative Miller.
One quick question. Can you speak to whether or not it is addictive? Do people get addicted to it?
Yes, some people can. And it's, I don't want to misrepresent the caffeine analogy, but caffeine in my field is considered a benign addiction. So when people say, is addiction always bad? Well, if you're on antidepressants and anti-epileptics, your body's tolerant and dependent and you may have withdrawal. So that's part of it. In terms of withdrawal, the vast majority, and this isn't anecdote, we have multiple surveys published in the scientific literature in the United States and Southeast Asia that in contrast to opioids, most people that become dependent readily manage getting off of it. And unlike opioids, which interfere with their lives, they get their lives back. Related to that, go to the Hopkins website, and not my former states. Well, I'm a Minnesotan, but the Mayo Clinic is still 7 years behind. If you want the best website for the best science, it's NIDA. It's the National Institute on Drug Abuse. Go to their website. It's a totally different picture than what Mayo Clinic says.
Thank you, Doctor. Appreciate you being with us.
You bet.
All right. Let's see. Next. Let's see. Dana Pope. Miss Pope. You'll just tell us who you are and who you with.
Yep. My name is Dana Pope. I actually had to write down what I was going to say because this is a little bit difficult. This is my husband, John. And thank you for allowing us to tell our story today. I'm just going to read it. December 3rd, 2021, my husband, John, came into my office and said, I've been trying to call Ethan for 2 days, and his phone keeps going to voicemail. My heart immediately sank because I knew that was very uncharacteristic of Ethan. We called his coworker, the only person we knew that lived in Rome, Georgia, to go check on him, and he was dead on his kitchen floor. When the coroner called, he said, I'm pretty sure your son died of kratom, as he found a couple extract bottles in the trash can, and he had seen other kratom-related deaths in the county. We'd never heard of kratom, like others have said. We had to ask the coroner to spell it so that we could go Google it. The medical examiner with the GBI confirmed that Ethan did die from cardiac arrest due to mitragine intoxication. There weren't any illegal drugs or alcohol in his system. Ethan was not a drug addict. We believe he started taking kratom for his anxiety or possibly for energy. And based on his bank records, he'd only been using it for about a month before it killed him. We believe he was absolutely addicted, as we found a note on the kitchen counter when John went to collect his things that said, stop taking kratom. The pro-kratom community likes to refer to us as the grievers. And hell yeah, we are grieving. We have a hole in our heart that will never be filled. Ethan was an amazing young man. He was incredibly smart, musically gifted, and low-key one of the funniest people to be around. He had recently graduated college and was in the prime of his life. That was all taken away because of a legal, unregulated plant that he purchased at a gas station near his home. You've also heard the kratom advocates say kratom saved their lives. I think they'd be singing a different tune if a coroner called their home to tell them their perfectly healthy 23-year-old son was dead due to kratom. Having to tell Ethan's siblings that their brother was gone is the most excruciating thing I will do in this lifetime. The three of them were very close, and we miss him terribly. Please support HB 181 so other families do not have to endure the pain that we have. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mhm.
Mr. Pope, do you have anything you wanted to say? No. Okay. Any questions from members of the committee?
Thank you.
On behalf of the whole committee, we're so sorry for your loss.
Thank you.
And thank you for taking time to share your story with us. We really do appreciate it.
Thank you.
All right. Next up, we have Jeff Breedlove, Kennesaw Drug Recovery, and others. Is that other interest, Jeff, or is that?
I didn't write that.
Okay, all right.
No, I'm Jeff Breedlove. I am a person in long-term recovery. My active addiction lasted 30 years, and my drug of choice was crack cocaine. I'm in recovery for 6 years. I work for the Georgia Council for Recovery, which does almost all of our work with DBHDD, and we advance the recovery part of the prevention, treatment, and recovery messaging for the state. I'm also here on behalf, though, of a coalition of that community, prevention, treatment, and recovery, 30 organizations. We are, this is a complex issue, and I want to begin by saying thank you. Any day that you're talking about behavioral health, you're saving lives. And you're taking a lot of time. I know you're missing other meetings to do this. I rarely make notes because either a bill is usually either something we're absolutely for or totally against. But this is a complex problem. And I don't know if the answer is before you today or not. In your wisdom, you might, but I don't know that it is. The gentleman from the 179th I had the privilege of talking to the other day on the phone. Thank you for including us in NAMI, Georgia on a call just, I think, Thursday or so. We support the concept of what is being done here. Something needs to be done. I've been texting with my executive director and some peers across this state, many of them in your districts during this time, and I've been trying to get feedback. The analogy that I can come up with is like alcohol. Certainly that's a drug. Besides fentanyl, it probably kills more people than any other drug, but it's perfectly legal. Some of you might consume it tonight in a healthy way. There you go. But it's regulated. There's a lot, and I'm not a lawyer, by the way, and I don't play one on TV, and I didn't stay at a Holiday Inn Express last night. So I'm just a survivor. And I'm just here to sort of give you, and I love that my friend John is from Virginia here, my brother in recovery, truly is a leader. Listen, here's some concerns. It is a fact in Georgia that many reputable harm reduction entities do use this product in its safe form to help people come off heroin in particular. That's a reality that you deserve to hear. And some of those folks are very ethical, reputable folks that are saving lives in communities today. It is also true that Dr. Merrill Norton did present to the Georgia Addiction Counselors Association this past fall that no product tested in the labs at UGA, not one, has ever matched what was on the packaging. Not one time at UGA. And he is truly an expert. I'm not. But that was me having the privilege to listen to one of his lectures.
Jeff, you're at your time mark. I hate to have to cut you off. We got a lot of folks we got to get to, and I know you as an emeritus understand.
Sure. No, I do. I'll end with two.
Member of this body, so
yes, sir. I'll end with 2 points. We don't want to criminalize peers in all of this, and what we would ask you to consider is enforcement must be addressed at some point. Because no matter what you put in a piece of paper, there's a store 3 blocks away from this building right now, and I guarantee you it's not following your laws. Class 1 may be too much. Class 2 may be appropriate, but something must be done.
Okay. Thanks, Jeff.
Thank
Any
you so
questions
much.
from members of the committee? All right.
Thank you, sir.
Next, I have Eli Cohen. If you'll just introduce yourself and tell us who you're with, and I am going to set a very gaudy alarm.
Well, then I better get moving quick.
So you can know 3 minutes. Tell us who you're with.
Sure. My name's Eli Cohen, and I'm an attorney at the Weatherington Law Firm, and I represent the Popes in their lawsuit. I know the last thing I want to do is hear from another lawyer, but I get 3 minutes, so thanks for hearing me out. Understand, I don't have to be here. This does nothing for my lawsuit. I'm here because I want to share what I've learned in my investigation looking into this drug. I've only been an attorney for a couple years, 2 in fact. But before that, I was a police officer in Georgia for 12 years, spent most of that time, about 8 years, in the city of Sandy Springs. And you know, I've done all sorts. I have narcotics training. I spent 3 years on the SWAT team serving arrest warrants. I've done all sorts of things. And then because I really like people telling me what to wear, I'm also an Army reservist. I spent most of that time in your. I have pause for laughter. I don't have the time for this, guys. Okay. And I spent most of that time in the Georgia Army National Guard as an intelligence officer. And so I'm here to talk about why I have kratom. So I actually brought some kratom with me because I thought we should figure out, like, what are we really talking about here? And I'll clean this up as fast as I can, okay? So I brought some. And so what you have here are two different kinds. These are extracts. We've talked about these. These are extremely potent variants of kratom. These are more raw leaf. Either it's generally in a powdered form, and it comes in pills and varieties. I want to try to get you to understand the difference between these two. I don't even know if I can count them out. Let's pretend like this is 20. It would take you 20 of these pills to equal the amount of mitragynine that's in this little 8.8 milliliter container. It would take 26 of these pills to equal the amount of 7-hydroxymitragynine, which is actually the more dangerous of the two drugs in these counters. All of these are from brands that are AKA approved. None of them meet the Georgia law as far as labeling, and in fact, none of them meet the AKA's own standards for their GMP program. Let's see, I want to make sure I hit all the highlights. But let's get one thing clear. Both sides actually agree on something. Both sides agree that extracts should be banned. There's no question these extra potent extract should be Schedule 1. And like I said, both sides agree. In fact, we're going to go back to what Mr. Haddow said back October 3rd, 2018, the last time he spoke in front of this body. He said, let's see, and I quote, "We agree that 7-OH is a bad actor and potentially a problem, but that it occurs in such low levels that it has zero impact and there's no reason to be concerned, unless it's enhanced. Let's see. And in some way chemically reformulated in its concentrated purified form, then it's a bad actor." Mr. Haddow goes on to say that enhanced kratom products are adulterated kratom products, and that the FDA should use, and I quote, "their regulatory authority to ban those products, and they should refer, that is the FDA, any manufacturer to the Department of Justice for prosecution, because an adulterated product that is killing people should be removed from the market." Ladies and gentlemen, this is an adulterated product that killed Ethan Pope, that's killing other people in this country, and it should be removed from the market. I also want to talk about raw leaf kratom and why this also should be banned. Georgia has had their law in place for 3 years. The AKA has been regulating, or I should say inspecting kratom for longer than that, and none of these can get it right. Not one of these meets the labeling requirement. In fact, this one doesn't even tell me how much mitragynine or 7-OH is in the product at all. These two have estimates. These two say what they are. If I can wrap up with just 2 points. One thing to say in the military, we have a saying that if I can't trust you with the small stuff, how can I trust you with the big stuff? If you can't do something as simple as label your product correctly, how do I even know what's in this pill? Finally, I want to make a quick note on polydrug use because it's kind of been a big thing that you've heard here over and over again. For the people using this to help with drug addiction, they're left to use their bodies as test tubes and their lives as poker chips, playing the odds, being told to just figure it out. Not one of these products has dosage instructions. They all just say, go talk to your doctor. None of them will tell you how much to take because they don't want to be on the hook because they're afraid of somebody like me or all the other lawyers in this room are going to come in and say, you told my client to take this amount and it killed them. Well, they won't even take that risk. They don't tell you. And by the way, Georgia law requires you to have adequate and proper dosing instruction on your product, and none of these do. Thank you. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Eli. Questions from members of the committee? Chairman Saines.
Thank you. I agree with you. We should all be scared of attorneys, but what product is? I don't want to put a word in your mouth. I saw you say the pills, especially the oil to your right, but even the pills are less safe. What product is the least unsafe?
So I don't think there's necessarily any research. Chances are, and again, I'm not a scientist. But certainly raw leaf kratom brewed into a tea is going to be, not depending on how much you put in your tea, it's probably going to be safer than, say, this extra potent extract or these extract pills.
Thank you.
Eli, I just want to tell you, good use of your demonstrative evidence here today. I will give you that. What I would ask you is this. Take, for instance, somebody goes into one of the gas stations in the 18th House District, and we kind of have a saying out there, a little bit go a long way, a whole lot go a whole lot longer way. Is that a scenario you've seen in your work on this lawsuit by examining other situations of the drug being overdosed on?
I mean, so what we've seen, so we obviously had a lot of people calling telling us they're like just absolute destroying stories about their family, their loved ones use of kratom. Many of them are using extracts, but some are just using these products that have no warning, no labeling about how much you should take. And then oh, by the way, I was on cough medicine, and no one tells you this, but that might actually kill you. You know, the things I buy next to my Skittles shouldn't kill me if I'm taking some cough medicine.
Thank you, Eli. Looks like that's all the questions. Thank you so much
Thank
for
you for
taking time to be with us. All right. Next we have, is that Larry Rogers and is that Lacey Ann? Ann Rogers. Okay, Ann and Larry Rogers, sorry. If you'll just tell us who you're with.
Good afternoon, committee members, subcommittee members, representatives, and the rest of you in this room. I'm gonna try to be brief. First, I heard I had 2 minutes and I panicked. This is our son, Wes Rogers. He had a
Miss Rogers, if you'll sit down
Okay.
so we can pick you up on the microphone.
Okay, sorry. I'm sorry. Got an educated voice. So he died at 42 years of age this past July. He had a wonderful career going for him. He was a boat broker, and he and his wife had an LLC for a business in which he could repair sails, go on top of the mast. He could do anything. And I had another former person tell me that there was nobody like Wes that could do this work in Glenn County. This is his wife and 2 children that he left behind. Wes, we don't know if Wes, it all comes under the umbrella of mental health issues. He suffered from anxiety, which we were not aware of till his daddy found a liquor bottle in his backpack in 8th grade. We think it was in high school and college. He used alcohol and maybe marijuana, and there could be some other things we just don't know. Wes went to Georgia. He graduated from Georgia with a marketing degree. He was in 3 honor societies, the highest being the Golden Key. He went away and studied at Surrey Roehampton in London, studied business, and came back just real energized. But it's really sad when you get to this point and your child suffers from anxiety, depression. He suffers from alcohol or substance abuse. He also suffered from PTSD, which I think all of the above come under PTSD. But we only noticed that after he got married and had 2 children. About 6 years ago, he found kratom, and he started using it. He once admitted to his wife that he had drank many cups of kratom tea that day, and he was very paranoid. He knew by Google that he had MS, so he went to his friend, who is an internist, and he suggested he get an MRI. This was all just from the drug. There were 2 nights in our house before his death that his paranoia and his hollering at my husband and myself, we thought we were going to have to call 911. It was that bad from kratom. So I think Wes suffered from depression because we lost our 21-year-old daughter when she came home from Georgia one weekend. And she also was 2.0 over the legal limit. So she died of alcohol in a tragic car accident. Wes never dealt with it. He never talked about it. He also lost his son in utero at 23 weeks. Never talked about it, never mentioned it. When he went away to Cumberland Heights, he hit rock bottom in Nashville, Tennessee.
I'll give you a minute to wrap up, Ms. Roberts.
So he went away for kratom addiction. He came home. He was clean for 2.5 months. Then what do you think? He was back on kratom. We lost our son. His family lost a daddy and a husband. I really just I would love to know. I mean, I'd hate to pick on Jerry Keene, is he still in here, who works for that Kratom Association. I'd like to ask Jerry if his grandson, J.R., died of a massive heart attack, just like our son did, and it was from the kratom use. Would he still be working for this kratom association? Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions from members of the committee? Seeing none, we are so sorry for your loss.
Thank you.
And thank y'all so much for coming and being with us today and sharing your story. And you'll continue to be in our prayers. Thank you. Would you like to say something, Mr. Rogers?
Yes, I would.
If you'll just pull that microphone close to you so we can pick you up.
Wes died of a cardiac problem, supported or enhanced by this kratom. I found his body in the shower 36 hours after he had died. Later on, I found a backpack full of kratom pills, thousands of kratom pills. He was an addict. I know that the General Assembly, when you look at a bill, you look at the budgetary costs of what it's going to cost to take care of this bill, the surpluses in the state, but this is a human toll thing here for us. So that's all I want to say.
Thank you. Next, we have Taylor Leftwich Amore. Is Taylor with us still? Anybody out there in radio land outside the committee room? All right. Moving on, Eric Mann. Mr. Mann, are you with us? Oh, Taylor's walking in. All right, hold on, Mr. Mann. Taylor's coming in. If you'll just introduce yourself to us and who you're with.
Good afternoon. I've been live streaming right outside so I can watch this with you guys. I'm an attorney. I graduated from Georgia State University College of Law right here in Atlanta, Georgia. From a legal perspective and just from a practical aspect, I wanted to share my thoughts on this bill. Making kratom a Schedule I controlled substance will subject business owners, good, hardworking people, elderly people, veterans, my own mother, to being criminalized. They'll be put into the jail system, which is already overflowing, and our courts are already backlogged from the judicial emergency shutdown from COVID. It's just not something I support, and I think that the bill as it stands should be amended, not repealed.
That's quick.
I heard the alarm.
How long you been practicing?
Thank you.
Yeah, my attorney analyst just pointed out you was from Georgia State, so brevity. Thank you.
Thank you.
Any questions from members of the committee? Thank you so much for taking time to be with us.
Thank you.
All right, next up we have Arnis Hutta. And y'all forgive me. No, you wave. Okay, all right. Let's see, Susan Eppard. Susan Eppard with us. If you'll just introduce yourself and who you with to us.
Yeah, I'm Susan Eppard. I'm here today because my son died from the toxic effects of mitragynine. He was 22 years old. He didn't think he was on any drugs. He assumed it was a healthy herbal supplement because that's what he was led to believe. The toxicology showed that he didn't have any illicit nor pharmaceutical drugs in his system when he died. And did I say I'm Susan Eppard? Anyway,
Yes, ma'am.
I'm asking that, of course, you vote yes on House Bill 181. Kratom, I believe, meets the criteria to be a Schedule I controlled substance. There is no acceptable accepted medical use for kratom in the United States. There have been no scientific studies to establish how kratom interacts with other substances, revealing a lack of accepted safety use under medical supervision. And advocates of kratom say it can be an alternative to heroin and addictive painkillers. The problem is those are strong drugs that people are dying from. Kratom being dreadfully similar in the level of potency has a high potential for abuse and shouldn't be sold out of gas stations nor smoke shops with unlimited supply to the consumer. And as we know, younger children, school-age children, can get alcohol and cigarettes and e-cigs just as easily as they can get kratom. And I have read hundreds of testimonials from people trying to quit or who have quit and are trying to stay off kratom. The most common theme is, I wish I would have never started taking kratom, or I lost my wife, husband, kids, or job because of my kratom use, or I've spent all my money on kratom. And the withdrawals are as bad as heroin or prescription pills. And many of these people are trying to get off from kratom using methadone, Suboxone, and other drugs. My older son, he's not usually has many words. He just wanted you all to know that this has changed him forever. The day Matthew died, I got a call from his girlfriend saying Matthew had a seizure, went into cardiac arrest, and they were working on him. It took me a while to get there. And once I got there, they told me they did everything they could do, but he didn't make it. I had to wait outside for a while before they would let me see him. When they let me in, he was cold and stiff and gray, and he was still intubated. And I didn't want to leave him. I just wanted to stay with him forever, and I just wanted to lay down by him and die right along with him. And then when I finally had to leave, I had to call my other 5 children and let them know that their brother had passed away. And it was just as bad as him dying. And our whole family is just not the same. Some of us are in therapy, and it's just been just a nightmare. And he was just really proud of himself. And he said, Mom, I'm just proud of myself. I don't do drugs and do all the stuff that other people are doing. He's just doing this herbal thing for energy, and now he's gone. And that's it. Any questions?
Yes, ma'am. Any questions from members of the committee? Ms. Shepard, thank you for sharing your story with us here today. Our heart goes out to you and our prayers as well. Okay. Mr. Patel, is he already gone? Okay. All right. Nishad, Mr. Punjani. You know, I heard rumor there was $150 paid to some folks today. I don't know if that's run out or not. That's just rumor, of course, but curious. Mr. Sadij, and I don't know which side for or against, but anyways, all right. Mr. Kimberly Ford. You're not speaking? Oh, you sure? Okay, all right. Okay. All right. Jerome with us. Jerome didn't write his last name down. I don't know if we have any more Jeromes. Okay. Jan. Miss Jan with us. You out there in radio land? All right. Let's see. I think it's spelled Tejar. Who's not with us? Thank you. I'm going to look to you on some of this. You seem to be pulling on it. Eric Mann, I think I've asked for Eric already. All right, no Eric. Okay, Austin Johnson. Austin with us? Okay. Allison Hall. Allison with us? Okay. Is that Malik or? What's that? Oh, thank you. Angie Lazarge. Oh. Thank you. If you'll just tell us who you will
I stay.
and where you from, please.
I am from Atlanta, Georgia.
Okay, thank you. Thank you for being with us.
Thank you for having, thank you. I was introduced to kratom 8 years ago. It was not for me. It was for my son, who's an addict. My son's really not an addict, though. My son suffers bipolar. He needs something to go to sleep, and he needs something to wake up. He's on medication. He's on Wellbutrin. He's on lithium. And he's also on Effexor. And they help. But it didn't help enough. When my son goes into bipolar depression, he becomes suicidal because he can't go to work and he wants to work. Lithium won't give you that energy to get out of bed. It'll balance you, but it's not going to give you that energy. My son was in and out of rehab for 8 years. Sober living, inpatient, outpatient. We tried it all. AA. We did it all. One day, my friend said, have him try kratom. And I said, I'm so scared to have him try kratom because I don't know what the alcohol. He abused alcohol and Adderall. Those were his two drugs. And I didn't know what alcohol and kratom had done to his heart. It was bad. The AKG showed it was bad. So when my friend said, have him try kratom, I was scared because it is a stimulant. So I called my friend who's a doctor. He's an orthopedic surgeon right here in Atlanta, Georgia. He wanted to come and speak today. He said he wished he could prescribe kratom for pain because it works. He can't because it's not FDA approved. Anyway, my son has been sober for 5 years with kratom, and he's doing great. He's working. He's worked for Apple for 10 years. He's maintained his job, and he's giving back to the community because of kratom. 3 years later, I had fibroids uterus. I ended up in the emergency room 3 times a year. They'd give me tramadol. I went to my OBGYN and he wrote a prescription for opiates for me. I said no. I know how many people have died of heroin. I have family members that have died of heroin. I have not died of kratom. My son has not died of kratom. So I decided to open my own business right here in the state of Georgia. I am approved through Department of Agriculture right here from this very office. I have labels on my bottles. The first thing you see, strong stimulant. Do not mix with any other stimulants. I also have, it may cause nausea, because it may cause nausea. But Department of Agriculture said we have to put it in there. My bottle also says, I have 12-ounce bottles, and I have 64-ounce bottles. My 12-ounce bottle has 5 grams of kratom. And in the label, Department of Agriculture said, tell them what the dose should be.
Miss Angie, I appreciate it. I hate to have to cut you off. I've still got some
Sure.
folks to get to. Any questions from members of the committee? Seeing none, thank y'all so much for taking the time to be here with us today.
And I think Jim also wanted to speak a little.
Yeah, go ahead.
Just want to say really quick, I am a recovered alcoholic. I say recovered because I'm proud of it for 16 years. I do have a very addictive personality. I used to be into speed, marijuana, and I am recovered from that. I now am a proud owner of a kava bar, and I serve kratom elixir teas in Rome, Georgia. And we work really close with the youth and all the people that come in there to explain, A, this could be dangerous. What medications are you on? Have you been drinking today? What is your health issue? Before we give them the first lick of it. I truly suggest that you do consider taking extracts off of shelves. I've tried them. She bottles it, I serve it, and I know that extracts can be dangerous for anyone that does not understand what they're putting in their body.
I bottle the leaf.
And we use crushed leaf tea that we brew in-house.
And the tea that my father-in-law's a doctor. He's from Southeast Asia. He's Filipino. He's been drinking it since he's 6 years old.
Okay. Thank you so much. Appreciate it. All right, next we have, is it Potter, Gower? Come up here and let us know how you pronounce that, please, so I don't ever butcher it again. I usually don't do that bad of a job on the second go around after I've heard it. And just tell us who you with.
Goffner. Hello, I'm Peter Goffner, and I'm here with my daughter, Mariah Goffner.
Okay.
Thank you, by the way, Mr. Townsend and committee. On October 22nd, I got a call from my former husband, her father's work, saying that he had collapsed and was having seizure-like activity, and then went into stroke-like activity, and they lost him on the table for cardiac arrest. As I sit here today, I hear many of that same in line. It's the seizure, stroke, and cardiac arrest. So something is obviously going on with the kratom. Just to pull that out as something I wanted to point out to you if you haven't noticed already. There's people that are making this kratom substance, and they're not really telling you what's in it. They're not putting the labels on there correctly. They're not really, my former husband was taking it to help him sleep. This toxicology report right here says there was nothing else in his system except caffeine. That's it. There was nothing. He actually got a full report that was amazing from a doctor 3 weeks prior. To come home and tell your daughter that her dad's not coming home. Have you ever done that before? It's probably one of the hardest things that I've ever done in my whole life. Kratom kills people. People are trading it for one addiction to another. It's an epidemic. It's this product, and I'm trying just to not, I'm keeping my composure not to cry. It is a lethal substance. And I'm hoping that we can do something about it. You all here are the ones that are going to make the decision to do something about it. And I'm going to let my daughter speak to you, and I thank you for your time today, and I appreciate it so much.
Thank you. You'll just introduce yourself for us.
Hey, I'm Mariah Goffner. My dad passed away my senior year of high school. The only thing I'm going to say is if something can be done, I would like for other kids and seniors, high schoolers, college students, like if their dads can be able to be there for them, if they're taking it, that's awesome, because mine didn't get to, watch me graduate. Now I'm a cheerleader in college in Alabama, and he doesn't get to watch me pursue my dreams. So if we can help for other kids to be able to have their parents do that, that's something that I would love. So that's all I'm going to say.
I wanted to also say that addiction in general robs people's homes and lives. And he wasn't addicted, he was just, like I said, taking it to sleep. And it robbed her to be able to utter the word, Daddy, will you help me do this? Daddy, will you help me do this? Daddy, can you come and help hang up my curtains in my college dorm? But instead I did that because I don't have him anymore. So with that, thank you so much.
Thank y'all. Any questions from members of the committee? Seeing none, on behalf of the committee, we're so sorry for your loss, and this only time I'll say this over this microphone, we'll give you a Roll Tide roll for that.
Thank you so much.
You're very welcome. Melissa Raybould. You'll just introduce yourself and tell us who you is.
I'm Melissa Rybold. I'm with the Georgia Pharmacy Association. I'm the VP of Public Policy. And I just want to say that we are not Big Pharma. I just wanted to mention that because I saw something on Twitter that referred to us as Big Pharma. We actually represent pharmacists and pharmacy technicians in the state of Georgia. Most of our members are community pharmacists, independent pharmacy owners. And we support this legislation. Our executive committee supports this legislation, whether it be stricter labeling, stricter regulations. Someone mentioned earlier maybe like the book, like the pseudoephedrine even. I think the problem is, a lot of our pharmacists aren't sure what kratom is, and it might interact with some of the prescription medicines that people take. And I think back when the other bill was up in front of committee a few years ago, we had a pharmacist testify that one of her patients almost died from that scenario. So I think that if there were more regulations and the products became more uniform across the board, it would become almost like what the CBD industry became. Now it's being carried in pharmacies now, and pharmacists are comfortable counseling patients on CBD and their prescription medicines. So I think that that would be better with the labeling and a more uniform product across the board, rather than you don't know what you're getting from one product to the next, from one gas station to the next. So we support this legislation, whether it be labeling or stricter regulations or moving to like a Sudafed type register. So, thank you. Any questions?
Looks like you got one. Vice Chairman Reeves.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Can you enlighten us on behind the counter versus over the counter? You walk into the drugstore, you've got some things that are out on shelves, and then you've got other things that require a doctor's prescription, and then other products that don't require a prescription, but it does require you to get it from behind the counter.
You mean like the Sudafed products?
Yes.
I think that they just keep those behind the counter, but you have to. There's a register now, and you have to get their license, and you can only sell. I think is it 2, Chairman Stevens, per month, and you have to write it down, and I think GDNA has to look at that register, but they keep it behind there due to there was a methamphetamine issue where they were getting a lot of the product, so that's the register, so it has to stay behind the counter due to theft.
Anything other than Sudafed?
Is there anything other than codeine, the C5 cough syrups? Yeah.
All right. Do you think that's a good analogy for this, or good next step?
I think it would have to go through the testing and scheduling to do that. I don't know if it would have to be a scheduled drug through no.
I mean, to me, the trouble I'm having digesting this is since it's not a scheduled drug and it's unregulated, it's out there on the shelves with the candy bars versus, having a doctor or just taking the driver's license and limiting quantities. I'm trying to decipher how to do it short of making it criminal.
Right.
So is Schedule 2 would require a prescription, right?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
And the Sudafed and codeine, that doesn't require a prescription. Okay.
Yeah. Any other questions?
Looks like that's all. Thank you for being with us.
Thank you.
Let's see. Next we have, is it Max Thielen?
That's me.
Hey, Max.
How are you?
You'll introduce yourself to us and where you from, who you with?
My name is Max Thielen. I'm another attorney for the Popes. I'll try to avoid being redundant. You've heard from a couple of us. The main thing I wanted to address is I think some of this is quite clear, that we have these concentrates and these extracts that are, no doubt, even the honest proponents of kratom agree that these concentrates and these extracts are dangerous, highly addictive drugs. Those need to be on Schedule 1. I think what this committee has to struggle with is there anything less that we should do for kratom that is less potent? And I think that's both a legal and a policy question. And I wanted to talk about the legal question, just briefly. I think the answer to that is that this body really has essentially plenary authority on how to deal with that. This committee, as part in the larger body that it's part of, can pass any law that doesn't violate the state or federal constitution or isn't barred by federal preemption. Which means that, and then even sometimes we can pass laws that are barred by federal preemption, which is what our current marijuana law is. Marijuana is still a Schedule I drug, but we have low THC oil legal in Georgia, even though it's technically illegal federally. And so there are a lot of options that this committee has when it's looking at the less potent. Personally, my opinion is that those also should be Schedule 1 or Schedule 2. But this committee can look at those options and could pick something like Schedule 2. And what that does immediately is it gets the drug out of gas stations. It gets it out of the potential for abuse. And then if the kratom industry is serious about actually going through the FDA process, actually testing it, and actually proving the therapeutic uses that they say it's useful for, then when it is approved, it could be dispensed via prescription from a doctor. And so that is something that this committee can do. There is nothing, I believe one of the doctors speaking in support of it said, well, we can't Schedule 2 it because there's no proven medical uses. But that's a false dichotomy. If this committee, if this body thinks that maybe there could be a medical use, it absolutely can put it on Schedule 2 and see if the FDA ultimately agrees that there is some medical use. So I would encourage this body to ban kratom, especially the extracts and the concentrates, but to also Schedule 2 kratom entirely, any of the metrogenine or the 7-hydroxymetrogenine. Thank you.
Looks like you don't have any questions. Thank you for being with us, Max. Next we have Matt Withington.
Good afternoon, and thank you, everyone. My name is Matt Weatherington. I'm a Mercer-educated attorney. Go Bears. And I'm going to talk to you about some legal stuff very quickly, and I'm going to talk to you about some human stuff. First, I do represent the Popes, but I also represent dozens of other families who have lost loved ones, some of which you've heard from today. First, on the legal side, so I heard earlier maybe some questions about the ability of this chamber to schedule something as Schedule 2 versus going through a different process. And my team has ran this to the ground. We ran this to ground with the House Legislative Assistant team, that this committee does in fact have the authority to put a substance on Schedule 2 without any other entity acting, including the FDA. Happy to elaborate on that if you'd like, but I want to get into the human stuff next. So one thing that every one of us agree on is that enforcement of the current bill does not work. There is no enforcement. There is $0 for enforcement of the existing Kratom bill. Oregon is allocating $500,000 a year for their enforcement. Not working. Deaths going up. Addictions going up. It doesn't work. So in order for you to do this, you got to be able to if you want to say, hey, we want to keep this where we're not regulating it and having professionals look at it, evaluate it, guide people on their path, you've got responsible owners who have come and talked to you about how they're trying to help people along. They don't have medical training, but if you give them the tools and give them avenues so they can operate with medical professionals, they will. I believe that because they seem to be the kind of people who want to distribute this drug in a reasonable and safe way. So it's going to take a minimum of $500,000 commitment to enforce the existing bill. Like, let's just start there. So then that's just going to get you started. So as this problem grows and gets worse, you're going to have to spend more and more and more, and it's going to get worse. This is, in fact, an epidemic. You're at the very beginning of it. Why is it that people keep asking, where's more science, where's more information? We had the exact same experience with opioids, exact same experience with fentanyl. This is going to continue to grow and become a bigger and bigger problem, and Georgia is ground zero. We are one of the only states in the country that says that this is legal and we should sell it here. And so when the toll comes and we've got the deaths mounting up day after day after day, we have one lab that we're working with that is seeing 100 Kratom-related deaths a month. And when that toll comes for Georgia, and we do have that data, and you do see it, they're going to say, how could this happen? Why would we let an unproven drug that we really don't know anything about be on the streets in our gas stations and be sold anywhere that anyone wants to in completely unregulated, unenforced manner that is killing our kids, killing our families? Because someone mentioned earlier, they're not getting the phone calls of people who are dying. I do. Every day, I get a phone call from someone who lost a loved one. Just in the last 2 weeks, I got 2 phone calls from different families whose child had died that day. And they wanted me to talk to the coroner and to tell the coroner what to do because they knew their kid had been taking Kratom and thought it might be responsible. And so I talked to the coroner. They don't know what Kratom is. They've never even heard of it. And they're supposed to somehow trust me, some guy on the internet that they've never even heard of, to go and run some tests. They're not doing it.
Mr. Withington, we've exceeded
I will
that
end
3
on
minutes.
this. I am not equipped as a parent, as a father, as a person to have these phone calls with these parents and grieving families. Give the people who do have the capabilities, the tools they need to have those tough conversations and to do the testing they need. When you put this on the Schedule 1, Schedule 2, whatever you do, you're putting this on the roster of drugs that get tested for so that that data comes out over time, and then you will see what you're really dealing with. And don't be the person at the end of the day saying, I wish I'd done more. Thank you.
Thank you, Matt. Hold on a minute. You might have a question.
Happy to answer any.
I don't see any. Thank you for being with us.
Thank you.
Oh, wait, I've got one. Look like Vice
Better be
Chairman Reeves.
Mercer related.
All right. Are John and Barbara Shannon in Swanee, Georgia, your grandparents?
They are not.
Okay. Different weather.
If it helps me, they are.
I was about to say they're. I was about to say they're proud, but different.
Absolutely. Thank you.
Representative Miller.
Just to really thank you for your perspective, and thank you, Mr. Chairman. Really quick, you said that Georgia is the only state where kratom is legal. My understanding was that there were a handful of states where it wasn't legal, and the majority of states it is legal. Can you clarify that?
Absolutely, and I'll give you both sides to be fair. All right, so every state in the country is subject to the FDA import ban. So here's kind of one of the weird dichotomies. FDA is subject to a seizure on site at the border, can't bring it in, and it's also illegal to grow in the United States. But yet somehow it gets in here and we sell it on our shelves. Fine. Georgia is one of the only states that have explicitly passed a bill, and it's under the guise of kratom protection, that says that we are explicitly going to say kratom is legal to sell in our state. There's only a handful of them. It's like 5 or 6 states, and I'm sure the American Kratom Association can give you the exact numbers. But we're very much the exception. The other states have expressly banned it, including Alabama, which made it a Schedule 1. So early on, the Kratom Association targeted 2 states. And the reason why is because, whether you know it or not, Georgia is one of the ground zeros for the kratom epidemic. A lot of the policy makers, a lot of the business owners, a lot of the money is in Georgia. So they targeted Georgia and Alabama to say that that's where we're going to execute our policy. So they came to Georgia, it worked. They got the Kratom Protection Bill passed. They then went to Alabama, didn't work. Alabama went the other way. They said, we're just going to make it a Schedule 1. We're not dealing with this. So Georgia, however, is just one of a handful, but every other state is nonetheless subject to the FDA import ban. I think it's a misnomer to say that it's legal across the country, because that's not true. Because it can't be grown in the United States, and if you try and get it in at the border and they see it, they're just going to seize it. So hopefully that's clarification. If not, I can talk more, but I don't think anyone wants that.
Floor leader Hung.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thanks for being here. It's good to see lawyer friends coming for this bill. You mentioned earlier about us being able to put it in Schedule 2. So I'm getting a lot of different information as to whether or not we can. And I know you said that you had that information. We don't have time to kind of go into the details of it. Would you be able to provide us information on that?
No, but I can point you to the legislative assistance office, I think it's what it's called, who very clearly told me, Matt, do not tell them that I'm giving you official positions or statements, and I'm not putting anything in writing, and if a legislator has a question, they should come talk to me.
Then that was the Legislative Council?
Correct.
Okay.
But what they did say is that I could give you the statement that I did, which is that you should have the authority to do so if, and this is the big if, you determine that there has been a showing that it has some medicinal benefit. You've heard lots of people here who signed up and were supposed to talk. I guess they didn't, but some people who did talk can tell you that it helped them. If you accept that at face value and believe that that counts as medical evidence or scientific evidence or any evidence whatsoever that sways you that it has medicinal benefit and that a doctor prescribing it can be helpful, then you have the authority to make it a Schedule 2. But that is the distinguisher. If, however, you determine that there has been no showing of medical benefit, then Schedule 1 is appropriate. And so I believe that we've met that burden, at least as to extracts for Schedule 1. No one in here has come in here and said, extracts have saved my life. Instead, what you heard is a lot of people say it killed my family member. But you have heard people who've said that the non-extract version of kratom has had some help in their life and some medicinal capacity. And if you find that that testimony has weight, then Schedule 2 would be appropriate, but you have to make that determination.
Thank you.
Any other questions?
Thank you for being with us today.
Absolutely. Thank you.
Next, we have James Saseda.
Already spoke, sir.
Oh, got you. Sorry. Got you on here twice. All right. Chair's going to ask Chairman Stevens if he'd come up for us right now. Thank you for burning the late day oil with us. Just to clarify, we are not trying to match Transportation Committee's record the other day. Chairman Stevens.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee. You've got an awesome responsibility in front of you, especially some of you that are freshmen. I've been here for 26 years. I'm a pharmacist, graduated from Mercer, 1978. And I've carried for most of these years the drug update bill. And many times the Drugs and Narcotic Agency will give us a list of these chemicals, we call them bathtub pharmaceuticals, that are problems that we move into a Class 1 designation. I believe this is one of those. But the very minimum that you ought to consider is if you do not move this to a Class 1 designation, that you put some strong restrictions on this particular product. We've had our local counter narcotics team in Chatham tell us it's a problem. We've had physicians tell us it's a problem. And it is essentially out front with the Skittles that one of the gentlemen said earlier. That is an issue. As some of you might remember, we used to have a problem with methamphetamine. It was an issue that was killing folks. It would dissolve your teeth, and you could readily identify somebody that was addicted to that product. I took on myself to put the drug as a Class 5 narcotic. It was available pretty much at your convenience stores, gas stations, and we said that you have to sign for it, so that you can't readily make this product into methamphetamine. And ladies and gentlemen, we basically shut the product down. We shut methamphetamine down. It is it's difficult to get it today. Again, you have a very difficult, for those of you coming on in your first year, the first few weeks, decision to make. The wide range, as I see it, is to continue with the Class 1 and move this particular bill. You do have a problem in your communities, in all of your communities, and either as a Class 1, which means it has no therapeutic effect, that would move it into the heroin, LSD, those type drugs. Don't believe you can use it as a Class 2 or anything lower than that, because there's no proven medical use. Or you can continue at the very least to put the product behind the counter, even in the convenience stores, and require a signature log identification as you do. You know, some of you might remember once upon a time you couldn't buy, cigarettes were in a machine. Well, they've moved those behind the counter. You can't buy those with a certain age. I would ask you to consider something in that range so that we can help these folks, and these parents will have to come up here and pour their heart out to us. I'll ask any questions.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Looks like you got a couple. Number 16 down there, is that Representative Gullett?
Thank you, Chairman. So you said before, several sessions before, a while ago, you moved meth to Schedule 5, right? Is that correct?
I'm sorry, I moved Sudafed. I'm sorry.
Oh, Sudafed.
Sudafed is readily converted into methamphetamine.
Okay, I think you said meth. So
I'm sorry.
Okay, no, we're good.
Thank you.
All right, thank you. Number 5, Representative Roberts.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So there's been a lot of confusing testimony as to who can determine whether or not a drug has benefits. I forget the word terminology used. One person just testified that we could decide based on testimony and reports that Schedule 2 is appropriate, but then it seemed like you were not saying that we can't approve a category lower than Schedule 1. Is that accurate in your opinion?
That is accurate. Until the FDA comes out and says that a product is approved for this particular condition, it has no particular use. Now consider, as we've, over the years, to follow up on that, as I carry the drug update bill, we've moved drugs off of even a prescription basis, and some of you know what those are, Claritin, some of the antihistamines, where they're safe and effective. The FDA says that, but we've changed classes of drugs, and we've even taken them off prescription whenever we realize that they're safe and effective.
But that's in the reverse order. That's
right.
Okay. Oh, can I? One more follow-up. So if we were to, like, how long does it take somebody to go get the FDA to evaluate whether the drug is effective?
That's a long process.
Yeah, okay. Thank you so much.
Any other questions? Chairman Stevens, thank you for sitting through this. We really appreciate your perspective, especially your background. Thank you so much.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, committee.
All right. Next, we have Mr. Is that Rod, R-O-D-D? You out there in radio land? Oh, there you are. You're right here. Sorry, you're not in radio land. You're here with us.
No, I'm actually here. Hi, my name's Leonard Rada. I actually take kratom. I started taking kratom probably when I was in my 50s. I take it for arthritis. I have really bad arthritis. Without it, I could not use it. I could not function right. And I actually do it with a Monster energy drink in the morning. Somebody said earlier, you know, somebody died because they drank the Monster energy drink with their kratom. So I just wanted to point that out, that it was safe with me, safe every morning. And that's all I have to say.
Your brevity is appreciated, sir. Thank you. Thank you. All right, let me scan through here. I think I've hit everybody that had signed up. All right. Members of the committee.
I'd like to speak. I didn't get a chance to sign up, if that's possible.
Yeah, I've seen you here the whole time. You can come on up if you'll just introduce yourself.
Sure. Thank you.
Thank you guys for meeting today. My name is Brad Miller, and I don't take any money from anybody. I'm here on my own time, and I just want to state that everybody has important business, and the people who are not in government that actually work and pay the taxes, that does allow those who got to leave early to go back to their work. So I just wanted to point that out. I've taken kratom in the past. I've taken occasionally. I've stopped taking it on occasion. I've started back up. And it's a tool that I can use to help with chronic pain and also with fatigue. For 30 years, I've been chronically ill. I've had 20 surgeries. I've had my colon out when I was 11. I have an ileostomy. And so this fallacy that the FDA and the medical establishment is a perfect answer for everybody is absolutely wrong. And so the FDA, if you think of Vioxx, if you think of all of these other drugs that have been approved, they got black box listings on it. And finally, the pharmaceutical companies, which are the #1 fined industry in the world, and they've been fined tens of billions of dollars for lying, mislabeling, and telling us it's safe and effective when it's not. And so to take away a useful tool from individuals who have the natural right to choose to consume or not consume a product is not only evil, it's un-American, because America was founded on the idea that each individual has a natural right to consume or not to consume, to produce or not produce, and then exchange it voluntarily with others. And it's your choice as a consumer, as a producer, to determine for yourself what that is. Because at the end of the day, our experience is our own, our pain is our own, and the idea that you can regulate it, that you can put it into either the prohibition box or the prescription box and protect people is a fallacy. Because at the end of the day, it's your choice, it's your body, and each individual is sovereign. And that's what America was founded upon. And I just wanted to talk about meth for just a second. I don't take meth. I would never do that. I would never go into the black market to buy medicine personally. But meth, there was just somebody in Hall County this year who was stopped with 305 kilos of liquid methamphetamine. So the idea that you can put Sudafed behind the counter and you magically stop methamphetamines is a fallacy. And you can't do that either with kratom, because kratom and meth are not the same thing at all. It's a plant that's been given by God to everybody who, if they need to, they can take it. If not, then that's their choice. Nobody's forcing anybody to do so. And this idea to demonize gas stations, that's extremely elitist and it's condescending. To talk about individuals who are entrepreneurs, maybe they only have 1 or 2 stores, but at the end of the day, they're living the American dream. And to go after them when they have alcohol and tobacco as well behind the counters, and you want to talk about death tolls, and it's not to take away from anybody who's lost somebody, definitely. But what about cigarettes? How many people die per year from cigarettes? Does anybody know offhand? It's 400,000. Alcohol is 85,000. Diabetes is 104,000. So when we talk about, I don't want to have something I can take when I have my Reese's cup at the gas station that can kill me, well, guess what? Cigarettes kill, alcohol kills, diabetes kills, and also peanuts in a Snicker bar can kill as well, and it does every year. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Appreciate you waiting through with us today. I believe that's all I have. Sorry, that thing's annoying. Thank you to everyone who's, we got a question, Vice Chairman Reeves.
Not a question, just a motion at the appropriate time.
Okay. All right, hold on just a second. Any questions? Thank you, sir. Appreciate you being so diligent and waiting with us today. Okay, now we're in posture of discussion. Any discussion on the bill from members of the committee? Before Vice Chairman Reeves makes his motion, whatever it may be. All right. Vice Chairman Reeves.
Mr. Chairman, this is an important issue, and we've gotten a lot of information over the last 4 hours, and I'd like to work with Mr. Townsend, as I know many of these committee members probably do also, and so I move to table.
Second. Move and second table. Any discussion on the move table in a second? Okay. No discussion. All in favor of tabling the bill, say aye. Aye. All those opposed, like sign. All right, bill is tabled. Vice Chairman Reeves, thank you for volunteering to help Representative Townsend. I want to say thank you for such a great presentation. Thank you to all of you that are here today. I really want to thank you for the civility that y'all have had with one another with different ideas. That's truly what our experiment's all about in this country. So thank y'all. We are adjourned.